Great day. Mark Madrid here, SBA's Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. I say it all the time. It's the highest honor imaginable, serving our U.S. small business owners. And we made it, friends. Welcome to the final session of the 2023 Cyber Summit, dedicated to the critical and ever-evolving field of cybersecurity. It's been a terrific journey, filled with knowledge, insights, and valuable connections. And I am honored to sit before you today, reflecting on the immense success of this event. And we couldn't have done it without you. And before we delve into this final segment, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have joined us throughout the summit. Your presence has been instrumental in making this conference such a success. Our small business attendees in particular play a vital role in shaping the technological landscape. Your dedication to being more cyber secure, despite limited resources in some cases, is truly admirable. And a massive thank you is also due to our esteemed panelists and speakers. Your expertise and willingness to share your knowledge have enlightened us all and inspired us to take action. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are deeply grateful for your time and commitment. Additionally, I extend appreciation to the entire summit organizing team, whose tireless efforts behind the scenes made this event possible. Their dedication and meticulous planning have allowed us to explore cutting-edge concepts and ideas in the realm of cybersecurity and AI. And as we approach this final segment, I encourage you all to continue to bring your authentic selves to the table, to engage with our speakers, ask questions, and take full advantage of the opportunities to network and learn from your peers. Cybersecurity is a field where collaboration and shared knowledge are essential, and the relationships forged here can make a significant and lasting impact in securing your digital world. Today's segment will be no less extraordinary than the previous ones. We have interactive cyber scenarios with actual small business participants, an exploration of cyber certifications, a panel of venture capitalists, and a compelling discussion by leading women technologists who have blazed their own trails in cybersecurity. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we also have the privilege of witnessing a dynamic discussion between two influential leaders at the forefront of cybersecurity and national security. It is my honor to introduce the administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, Isabella Casillas Guzman, and the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Administrator Guzman, thank you, and we welcome you.
Well, welcome everyone to SBA's second annual Small Business Cyber Summit. I'm Isabel Casillas Guzman, Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and I'm joined for a conversation with my cabinet colleague, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Ali Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas, at our very first meeting back in 2021, you flagged your interest in helping small businesses strengthen their cybersecurity posture. So I really appreciate DHS's partnership on this issue. This summit has been incredible towards really helping our small businesses adopt tools and strategies and understand what's at the horizon for them around cyber. And so the advice and information shared by your team as well has been extremely helpful. And I know that our conversation now will sort of culminate this event, and really I'm looking forward to it tremendously. So thank you so much for joining.
Forward to it as well, Isabel, and we really value and appreciate the partnership. Small businesses comprise the backbone of our country's economy and well-being.
And I'm so proud to share that Department of Homeland Security is the only large agency that has received 14 consecutive A's and A+, including last year, fiscal year 22, on record that was an A+. So congratulations. DHS awarded $9.1 billion and 39.5% of their contracts to small businesses, 17.6% of its contracts to small disadvantaged businesses, 6.6% to service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses, 5.2% to hub zones, and 7.8% to women-owned small businesses. Just a remarkable commitment. So let's talk a little bit about the contractors in this space. Federal small business contractors are so critical to our supply chain and making sure that they are cyber healthy. and help strengthen the federal government's resilience to cybersecurity attacks as well. So I'm wondering if you could just share a little bit from your perspective, how federal contractors should be thinking about their cyber health, their cybersecurity. And I know that in particular, of course, we've been working throughout the summit to try to help small businesses understand the CMMC framework from Department of Defense. And I know that Department of Homeland Security has a similar guidance out there for IT contractors for the federal government. So I was wondering if you could share a little bit about what small business contractors doing business with the federal government should be thinking about their cyber health.
Of course, Isabel, I wish I could say that the cybersecurity of our country, the attacks against businesses, small, medium, and large, are diminishing in frequency and severity, but frankly, the opposite is true. The cyber landscape is only more perilous than it was a year ago. We've seen, for example, ransomware attacks increase in number rather significantly. And there's a false level of security among some that it's only the big and sophisticated businesses that are vulnerable, and that's just not true. There are different levels of attackers and there are different levels of victims. And there is no potential victim that should feel immune from attack, but rather really focused on defending oneself and doing what one can with the resources and capabilities one has. It's a very dynamic landscape, and we have a lot of tools and resources to provide depending upon the sophistication and funding and resourcing of the particular small business enterprise. I know, Isabel, you've taken a sort of whole of government approach to cybersecurity, and very interested in hearing what some of your most important initiatives are in this domain for small businesses across the country.
Yeah, well, I love the President Biden and his approach of the whole of government, because small businesses are as strong as their teams, and SBA is as strong as the team that we have across federal government. And we really have tried to leverage existing resources. CISA, under your leadership, under Department of Homeland Security, has put out such critical information. So it's about raising awareness and sharing information. And I think importantly, what everyone should keep in mind is that small businesses made an incredible digital pivot during the pandemic. It was a matter of survival to get online, perhaps put your first digital store up in absence of some of the brick and mortar presence that you may have had, or an increased need for social media, or operational efficiencies from things, production, et cetera. So really, truly, our small businesses are more digital and more prone to need awareness of cyber than ever before. And, our priority has been making sure that not only they do go digital, they adopt digital, because that's for their revenue growth critical and for their operational strength, but also that they do so safely. And, we've expanded our partnership with the private sector, as well as the partnerships that we've deployed internally within the federal government family. And that's through our Small Business Digital Alliance. And these are incredible companies that have free tools, free trainings, free resources for small businesses, and include partners who have joined us on this Cyber Summit as well, like Microsoft and TriNet and Meta and Google, but who really focus on trying to equip small businesses with knowledge so that they could evaluate their risks and decide what to prioritize. And so we've tried to contribute in this space by standing up and content and helping small businesses navigate it, because I do think it comes back to something that you've also said, and I'm not stalking you, Ali, but I do listen to what you say about cyber, as it's an all critical area, and something that I learned from you and your team. But I know that you said before that the government does not have the capacity to achieve cyber resilience alone. And I take that on as a call for everyone, for civic duty, in essence, to try to play a role to be sure that we're fighting back against attacks and trying to make our security against cyber attacks more strong. And so, I know that that includes our entrepreneurs. And if it's a risk-based approach too, in trying to determine, what we should prioritize to help defend and build resilience against cyber attacks across the country, across companies, all sizes. I'm wondering what your best advice is in terms of how small businesses should prioritize the risks that you see in cyber, or how they should even go about that approach and figuring out what to do to protect themselves, and what can they do to contribute to help us build resilience, cyber resilience in this country. Because I know oftentimes, it's from that smaller supplier that a threat or attack could come into play.
Well, there's a saying in the cybersecurity realm, which is one is only as strong as one's weakest link. So one has to take a look, a small business has to take a look at not only itself and its own cybersecurity, but also the cybersecurity of those with whom it contracts, its vendors, its suppliers, and the like, because we're all interconnected. And so we in the Department of Homeland Security, for example, have used our contracts as a way of driving cyber hygiene of those with whom we do business. But I would say, taking a step back, the following. There's some very simple things that can be done. Then there are more sophisticated things that can be done that may not be expensive, by the way. And then there's some help that one can seek from the Department of Homeland Security, for example. So on the very simple things, I know this is going to sound, very elementary, but I have to say, it is shocking how many people in an organization allow a bad actor in through a phishing email, where they will send an email with a link that almost looks right, like it's the SBC rather than SBA, almost looks right, and people click, and then all of a sudden the bad actor is in one's system. And so testing one's colleagues, testing one's employees to make sure they're not being duped by phishing, changing passwords, making them strong passwords and changing them regularly, updating one's software. Those are like three very elementary things. Then we have something that our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency published, and it goes by the acronym CISA, C-I-S-A. We published cybersecurity performance goals, and it's basically a menu of options that one can implement to make oneself more cyber secure. And it's a menu of options, and then for each option, we identify the cost, the complexity, and the impact of implementing that option. So if one is well-resourced, one can go far down the list. If one is not well-resourced, one can take one of the more elementary measures, but still one that makes a difference, and implement that to make one more cyber secure. And then if one goes on our website, CISA.gov, one can contact a cybersecurity specialist and have them guide one's business about how to implement other measures that might be very useful. We have a whole array of tools and advice on our website and in speaking with one of our able representatives, and they're present in every state across the country. Isabella, interested to know what the SBA, what tools you have for small businesses. I should say also, before you jump in, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and local chambers of commerce have initiatives in cybersecurity for small businesses under the leadership of their head of national security, Chris Roberti. And so they have resources as well, but love to hear about the resources that the SBA provides, Isabel.
That's great. That's great. Well, I mentioned our Small Business Digital Alliance, and there are over 300 free tools and trainings, including around cybersecurity. And we've been working with so many of our partners who are first and foremost trying to create these tools that are safe and protected for the small businesses as well, so that there's some sense of security. But we obviously we depend on this incredible network of ecosystem providers that we support across the nation. There are now over 1,600 centers that work with the SBA to provide everything that small businesses need as we help them in their journey, from funding to knowledge and technical assistance to how to grow their revenues with contracting or trade or digital strategies as well. And so our small business development centers in particular within that network have really stepped up to create specific cybersecurity platforms and initiatives to help small businesses navigate what they need to do. And whether that's a Main Street business or a contracting business that deals with the federal government, whatever the spectrum of needs is, the Small Business Development Centers, or SBDCs, through America's SBDCs and also through SBA.gov, have specific trainings and tools that are available for small businesses. Because I do think that regardless of all the resources that we have across the federal government, sometimes it's just overwhelming, and small businesses wear so many hats already. We're asking them to layer on this new hat around their digital experience and cybersecurity. And so oftentimes it's overwhelming. So they need a team, and our free advisors on the ground through these centers is really a first step to help at least demystify some of it for folks. And I know I really appreciate that you're reminding us that there are simple things they could do. So starting at some of those sites that you referenced is definitely helpful. And then as they'd like to go deeper, working with one of our advisors on the ground to talk about everything in their business, and then adding on the cyber, I think is just a great strategy, because it could be a holistic approach at what's happening with your business right now, with all the challenges as well as the opportunities. And I know we're keenly aware of all the Invest in America agenda items and the investments that are happening through infrastructure and manufacturing and innovation in this country, and clean energy economy. And so it's great to touch base with the centers and advisors anyway, just to make sure that their businesses are positioned to be safe in cyber. So, and I know in particular, our small business development centers have actually been working quite extensively in the federal marketplace, which I know is a unique challenge. We talked about, or you referenced earlier, the fact that companies are as resilient as they're and more and less subject to an attack based on the strength of their weakest link. And so I do think as we look at the federal supply chain and our federal contractors, obviously the federal government has been positioning for its suppliers to get cyber health. I know insurance companies are even looking at trying to reward small businesses who strengthen their cybersecurity with credits when they're trying to get insurance coverage for that. So, but I think in the small business development centers and what we're doing for federal supply chain is really important. And I think, it's something I definitely wanted to close out with you on and spend some time talking to you about it, because on two fronts. I mean, DHS has really been a remarkable partner to us in ensuring that small businesses could do business with the federal government. And I know, President Biden is so committed to making sure that as we increase competition, small businesses have a role, and that we're going to use the power of the federal purse to make sure that we do it. And DHS, I saw on your website that you like to say, and it is accurate. I'm going to confirm it here for everybody, that across all the large federal agencies, the DHS is the only large agency that has received for 14 years straight an A minimum, so an A or an A plus. And I know this last fiscal year tracked with the scorecard, you did get an A plus. Congratulations again. But
it's the only time in my life that I've received an A plus. I want you to know that.
I'm proud to give it to you.
Because we're very committed to the prosperity of the small business community. For the very reason I said at the outset, it's really the backbone of our country. Cybersecurity can feel like an overwhelming, and we can break it down into elements. It really is a blocking and tackling endeavor. As I said, some very elementary things can really make a difference. one other piece of advice, if I may, with respect to enhancing one's cyber security, is to identify one person that owns this portfolio. One person that can be on point. It'll really, really assist. You'll build some expertise. And like, it's not that only that individual should possess information relevant to cybersecurity, but it's good to have a point person that's working on plans, that's making sure that the regimen is followed about changing passwords and like. It's about owning the responsibility to keep one's business of whatever size safe and secure.
That's great. That's great. Well, I think, I think that's good advice, and especially for our federal contractors out there. And, DHS, you awarded so much. You awarded $9.1 billion. It was 39.5% of your spend went to small businesses. So that's sizable. So clearly you have some advice out there for federal contractors. So for small businesses working in the federal contracting space, I'm curious how you think they should think about cyber in particular and the different requirements that agencies might have in terms of their cyber health. It's some of what we've been addressing in the summit with the Department of Defense's CMMC framework for those contractors who need to be compliant in that respect. But I know that DHS is responsible for ensuring that from an IT security perspective, that our contractors doing IT work have that cyber health. So I'm just curious if there's any last words of advice for the federal contractors wanting to do business with the federal government and how they should think about cyber and getting resourced to do it.
I really appreciate that. It's vitally important that it be a priority for an entity that wants to do business with the federal government. And we, as Isabel mentioned, as you mentioned, Isabel, we're doing a tremendous amount of business with small businesses and including minority-owned small businesses, a priority within a priority. But one of the criterion of doing business with us is a level of cyber hygiene. And it's not an inaccessible level of cyber hygiene, which is why it's so important to take the steps that I articulated, to take a look at the cybersecurity performance goals, to look at CISA.gov, use the resources that we have, because it could really inure to the benefit of your ability to do business with us, which can be quite profitable. And it'd be a great partnership, because we also adhere to the maxim that one is only as strong as one's weakest link, and we will not link with a very, very weak partner because of the vulnerability it creates to the entire ecosystem. So, there are small businesses doing incredible work with us, doing, really innovating, developing new security technologies and the like. And so small business is a wonderful network as well. And I know, Isabel, that you're very invested in the growth of those companies those small businesses that are engaged in innovative security technologies. And love maybe as a final word for you to share a little bit about that, because it speaks so much to the power of small business and the growth ahead.
Yeah, well, that's a great note to end on as well, because the small businesses do create the products and services that solve global problems. And obviously cyber security is a problem overall, security and national security. So we've leaned in heavily to innovation at the SBA since our founding 70 years ago, through our programs on capital, as well as through leveraging the full federal spend for innovation. So we help direct the Small Business Innovation Research Grants and technology transfer research grants that are deployed across the country. $4 billion a year is deployed through our partner agencies, channeled to small businesses trying to invent and commercialize the technology in securities for the future. And there's so much exciting work with small business innovators in cybersecurity, as you know, and we've created some greats within the SBIR program, companies like 23andMe and Qualcomm and others. And so as we look to this next generation and more creation and innovation in the security technology space, I know that small businesses are out there coming up with the cutting technologies that we need. And so we're really powerful of what we call America's Seed Fund, this SBIR, STTR program at the federal government, and continuously working across our federal family to ensure that those small business grants go to critical technologies, and cyber, AI, other things are part of that, because it's imperative for our economy as well as our national security. So it's an exciting space to see developed and supported through the SBA. But these companies are often early stage companies. They need capital to be able to continue on their on-ramp to commercialization and to successful enterprise. And so we've been really proud in the Biden-Harris administration to transform our capital programs to more directly fund these critical technologies that require heavy intensive capital investment and long runways. And so with a couple of both rule changes at the SBA, as well as new partnerships with the Department of Defense, we've been able to expand our focus on early stage and patient capital within our small business investment company model. This is a program at the SBA where we work with investors, over 300 licensed investment funds around the country, to fund small businesses that are growth and now trying to focus on early stage in addition, or more so rather. And with Department of Defense, we're launching specific small business investment company critical technology SBICs so that we can fund these future technologies and security as well. And so I'm really excited about the fact that SBA can continue to direct capital and incentivize the industry, de-risk capital in the marketplace, so that investors and lenders can get funding to these entrepreneurial ventures, startups that are really going to transform the landscape and hopefully make your job easier at Department of Homeland Security with new technologies to try to solve for cybersecurity, especially as well for my job for small businesses who are definitely not immune to cyber attacks. And so, why this conversation has really just been so helpful in all the work that you do at DHS. So thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for the question and for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Isabel. And let's make sure that small is synonymous with secure and strong.
I love that. Way to end. Thank you so much.
You take care.
Hello and welcome everyone to our SBA Cybersecurity Summit. I'm Christina Hale. I'm the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Women's Business Ownership, and we have an incredible panel today. We're going to be talking about STEM with some experts that have spent careers not only developing their career in cybersecurity and STEM and technology, but also in helping other women. So I'm really looking forward to this time, and I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves, but you're going to be hearing from Maria, a founder, Pam, who will bring a corporate perspective, Nicole, who's got just much experience in government and not-for-profit, and also Ashley, who comes to us from the university world. So thank you, everyone. But, it really has truly been throughout history that women have been pioneers in the field of technology, and our contributions are shaping the world we live in today, nothing short. From Ada Lovelace, the first computer programmer, to Grace Hopper, who developed the first compiler for computer programming language, women have been at the forefront of innovation. Our accomplishments are a testament to brilliance, determination, and an unwavering dedication to progress. And so with this group too, nobody's going to feel badly about bragging. We're here to share and inspire and talk about all things STEM. So you will not be experiencing a shy panel here, everyone out there listening. but it's important. We really need to underscore that the contributions of women technologists have helped protect our data, networks, privacy systems. It's making the internet a safer place for all of us every day, every moment. And as we explore the experiences and insights of our panelists today, we hope to shed some light on the important role that women are continuing to play in fortifying our digital networks and defenses for today and also the next generation of cybersecurity leaders. Now, audience, please feel free to make use of the chat. Our team members and staff, they'll be active providing these resources and links so that you can follow up and keep pace with our discussion, and then have some things for later afterwards as well, because I really believe that this conversation is going to inspire, and we're going to give you a lot of extra content and things to continue the learning from today's conversation. So without further ado, let me delve into this engaging discussion with some amazing women and celebrate the remarkable achievements of women in technology. So with that, how about we go in the order of Maria, Pam, Ashley, and then Nicole. And then please just do a quick self intro and then we'll get into it. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Maria Shelton. I'm the CEO and founder of Ardian Group. We have spent the last nearly 25 years actually bringing the worlds of physical security and cybersecurity into one place, helping to protect everything from special events to events like in Hollywood, sports, as well as inaugurations. So I am so thrilled to be here today to share my experience on how I fell into STEM and have created sort of hopefully a path for those that are coming up behind me to continue to innovate in the security space.
My name's Pam Lindemone. I'm currently a Chief Information Security Officer Advisor here at Cisco Systems. And one of the things that I like to tell people is I cut my teeth with infrastructure services and moved into application development and really stood up in cybersecurity. So 28 years in IT, and I'm just honored to be here with these amazing women today.
Ashley?
Yep. Hello, I am Ashley Podorodsky. I am the Vice President of Research and Economic Development at Dakota State University. And I was previously a faculty member at Drexel University and Dakota State, where I taught in cybersecurity and digital forensics. And I've created an organization called Cyber to help introduce more girls into the field of cybersecurity.
And Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole Tisdale. I am the founder of a company called Advocacy Blueprints, where we teach people how to advocate. I have a long career working on cybersecurity and national security. I worked in Congress for 10 years on cybersecurity, espionage, which is like fun spy policy, and counterterrorism. And I most recently served at the White House, where I was director of congressional affairs for the White House National Security Council. I spend a lot of time trying to recruit women and people of color and other marginalized groups to consider cybersecurity policy and consider advocacy as a space, especially where we need more women voices.
Oh, Nicole, thank you. And perhaps now we'll take reverse order and just if you'd kind of share with us your genesis story, each of you, of how you got into this field. And I imagine when you were going to school, you're probably in a career that you hadn't really mapped out yet or thought of, as technology is so rapidly changing, and there are probably a lot of pivots there, but it'd be really interesting to learn how you stumbled into to this career in technology. So Nicole, we'll go in reverse order and start with you.
Sure. Stumbled is exactly the word that I would say. So I was actually working on Capitol Hill for one of the national security congressional committees, and I just had a broad portfolio. I don't want to scare viewers, but my first introduction was when we were having a lot of cyber attacks. So people may remember when Equifax, or the company that handles our credit scores, they had a major cyber breach. Then we also had cyber attacks on our elections in 2016. And so that is when Congress came together to say, okay, we need to really focus on these cyber attacks. And so most of the work that I was doing was trying to figure out, what can we do to help the American public as these attacks continue? How do we stop them? But also, we spent a lot of time just trying to make sure the public, especially small business owners, have the defenses in place so that they can protect themselves from these attacks. Because we always say, nothing is 100% will guarantee that you don't have a cyber attack, but there are tons of things that you can do that will lessen the chances of you being attacked, and then also expedite your recovery should you have an attack. So always coming at it on the policy side, stumbled into it, and I just loved it. I think cyber is one of the few policy areas that it's new, so you can innovate, you can be on the ground. I always tell people, I'm like, you haven't been able to do cyber policy for more than 40 years because it didn't exist. And so it's a really good space, especially for women, where you're not coming in where you have to correct a lot of the problems. You can be on the ground where you're setting the standards and the foundation for the laws and the policies that are going to govern.
Policy matters. Thank you. That's very poignant for me as well. I once was the only Latina in my state legislature, where the average age was quite old, but trying to drive good public policy as it relates to technology can be really difficult when people are coming from it from a not a learned perspective, certainly. Ashley, tell us your story.
Yes. I went to college thinking that I would go into the information technology space, and I did. I graduated, and I realized that I learned quickly that I liked helping people reduce some intimidation to technology. And I thought, well, maybe I'll go back so that way I could teach or research in this space. But particularly into digital forensics, one day at work, someone had modified some files and we had to figure out who did it. And I was a network admin, the security admin. And I learned I learned the attribution process to figure out what user count likely modified these files. And so then I learned, hey, that's digital forensics, and I loved it. So I went back and I did my master's, I did my doctoral degree, and I started researching in this space. And that's how I got into cybersecurity. And I've done a lot of investigations across the country for organizations that have been compromised. And I've taught and researched, and I've helped and been the chair for more than 5 women to earn their PhDs in this space as well. So that's very rewarding. But I noticed early on that as a student, I was usually the only woman in the class. And then when I was a faculty member, same thing, just on the other side of the podium. And so I started Cyber with my colleagues, so that way we could help more girls understand what cybersecurity is. And so we've had some great results. And we've been doing it for 10 years, and we've had a 450% increase in women studying cybersecurity programs at Dakota State University. So I've come full circle with that, and it's really fun to see that grow and help more women understand how they can be part of this field.
That's incredible, Ashley. And it's both, scaling up and bringing so many in the front door, but also to personally help 5 women get their PhD, earn their PhD in that field is you've really got some skin and heart in the game. It's clear. Pam, let's hear your story.
Right. So I think I mentioned that I started out my career in infrastructure services, and then I moved into software development. And that was never the plan for me. I had a communications degree, but for some reason, my brain just is wired logically. And I just paid attention and learned on the job through many years of service in the IT field. One of the things that surprised me is that the security division within the company that I worked for, it was a large Fortune 20. The security team wanted me to come over as a leader. They saw my leadership ability and really and truly begged me to come over. And so eventually I said yes. When I did, what what I brought to the table was the perspective from application development and infrastructure services and those perspectives to the security team. And so I brought with me a ton of relationships, and I was able to build programs where we could move the needle for security inside the company based on that. So over time, I just kept getting more and more and more. And I ended up being the deputy CISO at that organization for a long time and running a large organization. And I can tell you that my success was based on relationships and communication and really simplifying this complex problem that we're all trying to solve. And it's really my passion in life to have women around me helping look at those problems differently, because I think that we have a unique perspective. And so I've made it my own personal mission as well as my professional mission to help women be the best that they can be. Certainly a place like Cisco gives me a platform to do so, because we want to empower a more inclusive future for all. That's Cisco's mission. And it's just wonderful to be in a room with thought leaders, change agents, and technologists and business people really looking at this problem along with government to figure out how we can all work better together. And I just love being a part of that.
No, Pam, thank you. And really appreciate the theme of inclusion and relationships. It's clear that your background as a communicator has really been a foundation for your career in technology as well. So, Maria, could you please finish out this sequence too and just tell us how you found your way to technology as a career?
So I think it's interesting. There's similarities already. I was a communications major as well. But after I had finished up an internship in Washington and really got into more political advance and event management. And I thought, wow, this is great. And I was young and there were so many events at that time, and was able to kind of hone in on these skills for sort of this ad hoc, really high pressure types of environments. But what I got to, when I got to these events, there would be different roles. And one of the roles I was always put into was the security badging girl role, right? Like you need to credential everybody to come into this event. And what I realized was, it's really ad hoc. You go to a site or a big event, and the folks that spent time doing this type of stuff were things like the Olympics and some of these larger things that have had years of committees. So 9/11 happened. And what I saw there was, how could I democratize what happens at these large scale events, compartmentalize that with the technology, with the work processes, and deliver that to a more, open market. So that's essentially what we did. And so we were able to take sort of those principles, and over the years, where cyber meets physical has come in is we developed this software that has, it's interesting in the security space, a lot of the physical security stuff, the technology they use isn't necessarily all that secure, the software behind it and things like that. So marrying the two concepts has been really our primary mission the last 20 years. And what has that led us into? We, very prideful in the fact that a lot of our technology was in the last inauguration, being used throughout, helping to protect, physical assets, people, as well as, the event itself. And now we're seeing more purpose with what we've combined into being able to provide that to a common market. What's interesting is this journey only had occurred to this point where I can feel comfortable enough to say, we've done this for this little ecosystem, we can do this for a larger. I started doing accelerators with women in tech. And that journey started about 4 or 5 years ago. There's Women in Cloud, Women in Tech, there's a whole slew. And again, was part of a trade mission that the US has actually done, Women in Tech, for the first time last year. So that I realized that there are, people, women like myself, who went through this journey. And I am fortunate that not just women and men, but there were people that believed in what we were doing and providing it, that we've been able to create a sustainable business. Still a small business, right? I think this is our year the 2024 is our year to break out after 20 years. But it has been completely satisfying to know that, yes, I'm in the physical security space. Yes, I'm in tech, but you can't do those things without understanding the cybersecurity component. So bringing all of that and making that humanistic has been really the mission here. And if I can bring a whole lot of other women and through all these accelerators, and I'm also a mentor right now for another accelerator, to just let them see under the curtain the struggles and the failures and the successes that we've had. But again, excited to be with these kinds of sessions to be able to kind of help not just the advocacy piece and those that are really in these what I consider higher places, but the small businesses that are striving to try to get into that place as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Maria. And I was intrigued too by your mention of the human side as well. And thank you, all of you panelists who are incredible sheroes, and, just hearing the themes of how you're all pulling more women into the field is very exciting. But let's talk a minute about the human side. And to your point too, women haven't been working in the field of security for very long comparatively, let alone technology. And I think of a dear friend of mine, Linda Lawson, who happened to be the first policewoman working in the city of Hammond, Indiana. And when one of her biggest challenges when she got to the job was there was no body armor that was suitable for her woman's body. So she literally had to hammer out her bulletproof vest so that she could wear it and meet uniform code and get out and do her job. And if we think of that as a metaphor, could you talk about what some of the challenges have been and how you've led the way to kind of mitigate some of those challenges and be so successful in bringing other women and girls into the field of technology and in cybersecurity? And perhaps in this order too, we could just go Ashley, Pam, Maria, and then Nicole, finish up with you on this question. And if you find that you didn't have that many challenges, maybe you could talk about why it is such a fertile and maybe an easier field for women to break into these days. So let's go ahead, and Ashley, we'll start with you.
Yeah, this is a great question. There have been a lot of challenges along the way. However, I hope that by each generation, it's less and less. And I think that that's the whole point, is that as you advance, as I advance, I always have an arm back to bring a woman with me. And there's a lot of seats at the table, especially if you scoot over and pull someone else up. And so, one of the challenges that I've had, I've been in so many rooms where people ask a question, rightfully so, where are the women? And someone always says they're just not interested. And I've heard that phrase so many times in my life, that women are just not interested. And it's just not true. They're just not interested in what's been created. They want something different. And it's not, you don't have to pink it and shrink it and make it cute, although I like cute pink stuff too. But you have to make sure that you're creating something for the girls to get interested in this space. And so we do every Monday, we bring a group of fourth grade girls to the university, and they just finished 2 weeks of Python programming. They did 2 weeks of soldering, and then we're going into crypto puzzles. And so they can learn these things that have that they didn't think that they could. And so it's just showing that the field is very engaged. It's busting the stereotypes. It's not the hacker in the hoodie. It's not the large guy in grandma's or mom's basement. It's women who are leading the way. And when they can see that, when they can see through near peer mentoring that this college student is leading this activity for me to learn more about this field, they can see that they belong there too. And so there's just so many things that in our field is so abstract. It's hard to be what you can't see. And so helping put a face, put a person to a position. And so trying to counteract that, girls just aren't interested, instead without not an argument, but positivity and showing what the field is. We find that to be impactful. And so we do that during our week-long camp every year as well, that's sponsored by the National Security Agency. And we have the largest girls-only camp that they sponsor of 125 middle school girls from all across the country that come and do hands-on cybersecurity activities. And there's about 200 on a waiting list. And so when they say that they're not interested, it's not true. We haven't created something that's just for them. They want to win, they want to be competitive, they want that too, but you just have to have a little bit different environment. And so that's what we've worked to do, and to counteract that challenge of that they're just not interested.
Well said. Pam.
Yeah, for the most part of my career, I've been known to be a doer, get it done type of person, a lot of grit, a lot of dedication. I think that stems from being a female and trying to prove myself. I've got to be there early. I've got to stay late. I got to work twice as hard. For me, it was for the paycheck. I just wanted as much money as my male counterparts were making, and eventually that kind of leveled out for me. I think the biggest challenge for me personally is I am an introvert by nature. And so my job is very public. When I was running a large organization, I was seen by a lot of individuals. A lot of people counted on me, and that takes a lot from me personally. So I need a lot of downtime, and that really impacted my family. When I'm doing a lot of events and I'm having to be a public figure, I have to really maintain what's really important for my own soul and body and my family. So a lot of people talk about work-life balance. I think that there's no balance. I had a mentor once that told me, Pam, you can do anything you want. You can do everything you want, just not all at the same time. And I thought that was really powerful. I wish I'd heard that early in life because I've made a lot of missteps throughout my career based on what I've felt like I've had to do for other people. And not until later in my career, I figured out that I have my own values, my own mission in life, and I'm only going to work on things that are aligned to that. And whenever I counsel or I mentor, I make sure that I say that out loud to young women, because quite frankly, certain roles within IT or STEM, they're operational in nature, they're 24/7, 365. And quite frankly, they can take a toll on women who are not personally able to give without giving too much, and that don't understand boundaries for those types of roles. So I've had a lot of coaching, I've had a lot of mentors help and guide me through what's right for me, but that's really been the hardest struggle for me.
Well, that certainly is very human. And thank you for sharing and the difficulties too, because a lot of times we're a little bit shy about that. But it's something that's common for all of us. And certainly you can be really, really good at something like public speaking, or you talked about the public side of your role, and it still saps your energy away. And self-care is really important. Maria, could you tell us about the challenges and the human side of career for you?
Well, I mean, so much, again, not because it's just complete cyber, but so much of what I do from the physical security space affects people and how people react to certain things, and how, keeping something safe. But from from a woman business perspective, challenges, it's interesting. They've been very, they've almost been a sort of a subtext, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Of course, I've walked into briefing rooms where I'm the only woman of a different race and different gender, right? Where I always say it's a lot of men, and a lot of the men with guns. I always say I walk into this room, and this is what I walk into, and have to explain or just present the ideas that we want to do. It's only taken me, so I've been in this business, advance all that, but I've been in this business nearly 25 years. We will celebrate our 25th year as a business next year. And it has only taken me the last 5 or 6 to realize that I was an innovator. That there were actual companies that are operated by men who are copying what we're doing now, right? That are essentially competitors, but and I thought that as a threat, but not in a way that you would think business to business competition. I thought that as a threat, as in, oh my gosh, look there's a man now doing this, or I'm going to get overshadowed by what I've done as a woman. And in the last 5 or 6 years, I've learned, and again, I think it has a lot to do with these accelerators I did as well, being with other women in this space. But the challenge was to sit here and say to yourself, okay, I've overcome all of these biases, whether I understood that they were there or not. I ignored them, kept going, kept pushing through. But what I need to understand now is that I need to own up to my own successes. I am an innovator. I am somebody that is paving the path for something. And it's not because I'm not grateful. I think I'm very grateful, but I don't have to only be grateful, right? I did this with a great team of women and men. I did this as again as a woman forging into a space, technology and security, and I'm sure Nicole will tell you, right? Technology and security in this space that is, dominantly men. So I think the challenge, and just again, just to recap that, challenge is you're going to walk into a room, you're going to be the minority. That's just it. Until we can get Ashley and Pam keep going and putting in, basically the pipeline, we're going to continue to have that until that becomes, you'll see that 50-50. But women, own up to who you are. We are successful, not because we broke through a man's world, because that's who we are, right? We and own up to those successes. So I think once those two sort of things kind of I see more success. I see more, value in what I can do as a small business owner to grow and to grow the people around you. So that's kind of, and that's been a recent development, 25 years, and this is a recent development. Um, so, but that's, I mean, other than that, I think we're on the right path. We just have to keep going.
That makes so much sense, and really appreciate your strengths too in claiming it, because it's not always easy to claim it and say, yeah, that's me. And I think that's inspiring for a lot of people listening. Thank you. And Nicole, technology, uh, innovator, author, I'm really looking forward to hearing about your challenges and how you've overcome them and what you see.
Yeah, I think it's similar to what everyone else has said, right? So I think the two things that I would pull out for people, especially women or girls who may be listening to this, you're going to walk into the room. And, as women, we do the thing where you walk into a room and you immediately count how many other women are in the room. It's not going to take a long time to do that count when you're walking into a room with cyber and tech right now. But I think what I have, where I have committed to the space is, if this challenge exists now, how do I make sure that in 10 years from now, a woman can't even count everybody that is in the room that looks like her? The same thing with people of color. And so I would say, I'm going to flip the question just a little bit. I would say I have actually experienced it less than I have with some of the other national security issues that I work on. And I think this is it. I think this is why I've tried to figure this out. I think it's because we do need so much innovation, and there's so much cyber policy, and the technical aspects of cyber change day to day. I always tell someone, I'm like, every time there's a major cyber attack, people are using different techniques and different technologies because we've created defenses to what worked this same time last year or 2 years before. And so for women, everyone anticipates that you may be the one that figured out this is how they are using this type of code to do this attack. And there's this space where you get to be a pioneer because you are the one that got the question right. And so I always try to point that out when I'm talking to women, where I'm like, I've been in the room where we're talking about counterterrorism policy, and, a man will stand up and say, well, during the Cold War, I did. And I'm always like, well, okay, I wasn't working on terrorism policy during the Cold War. I was watching Sesame Street. And so they're in those kind of fields. They are very dominated by men, and they have been for decades and centuries. And it always feels like they're holding on to that in a way that I have not felt the same thing in the cyber community. Now, I don't take away from other women's experiences, because one of the things that Pam talked about, which I think is important too, is the mental load that we carry as women when we work into this space that our male counterparts don't carry. And what I mean by that is the, like, I have to be twice as good. I have to work twice as hard. Also, I'm trying to conform to a culture that doesn't really fit me. You know, we talk about the stereotypes of hackers in hoodies, like those are the people in cyber. Okay, I'm not a hacker in a hoodie. I like bright colors, I like dresses, and I like to wear sneakers. I remember when I first got into the space, I didn't think people would take me serious if I wasn't always doom and gloom and like very serious, and, goodness knows you shouldn't be using inflections in your voice. You should try to sound just like a man who is like talking very succinctly. And over time, I gave myself grace and permission with the help of mentors, who are women, but also who are really good men who are good allies, to bring my uniqueness to the table, because that is the reason that I'm in the room. There is no room that I am in where I'm not supposed to be there. Every time that I use my voice, I'm using my voice for the people who cannot be in that room, who don't have a voice. And so it is incumbent on me to share my uniqueness to influence the policy. And so I say that to highlight to people who may be hearing the challenges that we've had. I think what we all have in common is we've turned those challenges around to actually be things that make us more unique, that make us more valuable in the spaces that we're in. And I would encourage others to do the same.
Absolutely. And, a theme that we continue to hear on this panel is one of mentorship, active mentorship, that you're working on yourselves and maybe that you've received as well. And Nicole, if you could continue with some of your thinking there along those lines and just describe more about how mentorship has played a role in your career, but it sounds like you're also an active mentor yourself. And we'll start with you, Nicole, and then perhaps Maria, Pam, and Ashley, you could finish up for us on that question.
Sure. I'll start first with active mentorship, especially for, I know we have men in the crowd who are watching this because they also want to be good allies. And one of the things that I have seen in the cyberspace that has made me feel most comfortable and made me grow the most is when people are active mentors, not just behind the scenes, but in front of other people when it matters. So don't pull me aside after the meeting and say, you know what, Nicole, that was a really good point you made. No, do it in the meeting. Like, tell me.
I'm so glad you said that, because that is my number one. Praise in public.
Praise me in public, because also, and it is because women, we do this, right? Like if you're talking, you're presenting in a meeting, you can look at other women and we're nodding, we're like giving you these cues that we hear you. I always tell our allies, I'm like, you have to do that too. And one of the things, I had this experience when I was working at the White House. One of my mentors, who was leading most of the cyber work, he put me on our standing agenda. So every week, Nicole is going to present her thoughts on what we should know about Congress. And over time, and I've had people from the cyber community there say, I love your update. We've never even had anybody do that. And it was so important for us to know what Congress was doing. And so when it was time for me to leave, they were like, wait, who's going to do these like updates? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to be replaced by a woman who is also going to continue these updates. I think that kind of active mentorship and active sponsorship is what I would really encourage people. Like, yes, as women, we need someone that we can vent to and ask questions to privately, but praise me in public. I really like that. And one of the things also for people who may be listening, it's okay to niche down. I am very focused on undergraduate and graduate women and people of color, getting them into cyber. So I go physically meet people where they are. So I will show up to a college class and not there to talk about ones and zeros. Like, I pick an issue that is currently being debated in cyber policy, give students read-aheads, and we just debate. And that kind of representation, especially for women who may not consider themselves in the field, as it turns out, college students always have opinions about what current affair is happening. And so that's a really good way to get people engaged and like be very clear. we're debating cyber policy. If you are at all interested in this, this is what I do every day, and this is a career path. So meeting people where they are physically, we can do a lot of recruiting online. We can do a lot of recruiting in DC, but we really got to get out to those college campuses where young people are and have these very direct conversations.
Absolutely. Showing up is a big deal. It's very effective. And also, I love the thought of your brief, your regular brief on the agenda. And I bet you'll never know how many people watched you and just might not have formed the words in their mind, but certainly a deep felt impression like, oh, that's just my normal now to see this brief and to see this powerful, knowledgeable woman informing this important room at the White House. Big
Yes.
deal. Yeah. Thank you for that. Maria, how about you?
Um, sorry. Okay. I think one of the things, and again, we're all saying the same things, mentorship. So I think I've said it a couple times already about these accelerators. That was me getting out of my comfort zone, right? Because that started right before the pandemic. Probably 19 was my first accelerator. With a couple diversity groups, and then it led into sort of more tech ones. What I found,
did you have your own mentor or somebody
yeah,
to
well,
model?
I mean, there were
or you kind
mentors,
of,
and yeah, in each of these things there were mentors. But I'm saying prior to that, I was largely dependent on clients who have been champions, some mentors. But I had kind of done I'm going to just get my head down, get the work done, get the business, get the work done, get the business. And I had to get out of my comfort zone. This was 2019 now, right? Get out of my comfort zone and say, if I want to elevate what I'm doing, I need to get out into this space and find out what else is going on. So I did these accelerators, and a lot of them were geared towards, bringing more diversity, more inclusion into the tech spaces. And that journey has led me to, subtly and deliberately seeing this growth. And this growth was being able to say that in order for you to dream big, right? They always say dream big and then times it by 3. You've got to do it with a village. And what I'm finding is that village shouldn't just be, those, specifically because you always find that it's just been men that have successfully done it, but either those women that are in the journey with you or, women that have successfully done it. And just getting affirmation, validation, that's a big piece, right? We women, we're keen on always getting affirmation and validation. And to have that in such a positive light with colleagues and other folks, that mentorship sort of scope becomes not just 1 or 2 people, but now again, I'm going to say this word again, I say it all the time, a village. It becomes a group of women that if I have an issue, oh, I'm going to call so-and-so, she's going to know what I need to do here, or it becomes this sort of active, oh my gosh, I'm dating myself, Rolodex of, folks that you can get to, not just from a one-on-one, I'm having an issue here, or, hey, do you know someone here? Hey, can you or what can I do for you here? It just, all of a sudden, the pieces that you need to keep going, right? I think it was Nicole that mentioned grit, to keep going, because that's it. Grit is the true measure of success. It's not how smart you are, how ambitious you are. It's how dirty you're going to get your fingernails in a good way, in a positive way, to keep going, right? So I have active membership with several people. One, I set up calls every couple of months. Some folks I call we have a standing once every week. Other times it's just constant text messages about what's happening. So from a communication standpoint, and from a, hey, who's got my back, from that time to opening up, again, not that long ago, in 19, now it provides a solid foundation to keep growing, not just my business, but to keep growing as a person.
Yeah. And Maria, I think that's really interesting hearing you on the village and the Rolodex and how important that is. But at the same time, you were a self-starter and you did not wait for anyone to invite you into that space. You self-selected and you pushed yourself out there as well. And that's kind of a very complementary dynamic, I think, um, in your lived experience that's very applicable for everybody listening. Um, Pam, you have talked a lot about mentoring, and I'm very interested to know, did you have a model of, did you watch somebody do it? Did you just jump in, or how did all that happen?
I think it just naturally progressed throughout my career. Like I had mentors. I didn't officially call them that, but people were constantly giving me advice. And, you know, y- when you pick a mentor or when you're listening to advice, the one thing that I would stress is those people that you're listening to, you have to make sure that they understand who you are and who you want to be. And so the people that advised me, I respected. I thought they were great leaders and they offered it to me. I was oftentimes, my boss's successor or their boss's successor or their peer's successor. And so people would advise me throughout my career. Not until about 2015 did I get an official mentor. And I love what Maria said. She calls it a village. I advise everybody to get a board of directors, a financial person. I have a board of directors. I'm a cyber expert. I have a CFO. I have a legal person on my board of directors. And all of those people advise me when I need it, and I activate their special skills. The other thing about mentorship is I heard something recently, and I cannot remember her. Maria was there. No, it was Nicole that was there with me. This woman said this, and I thought it was beautiful. Mentorship is great. Active sponsorship is even better. So I talk about having champions and sponsors and coaches, and not coaches that will tell you what you want to hear, coaches that will tell you the things that you don't want to hear, that you need to hear. And so I seek those people out in my life. And the reason I think mentorship for me, doing it for other women, is so important is when I left my last role, a lot of women were very disappointed in me leaving. And now I get that. And it's because they had me at the top and they wanted to see me go even further. And I would argue I'm going further now, but I get that. And I know that I'm an introvert and that I get overwhelmed by some of this, but I know it's my responsibility to show other young girls that they have somebody that's been through something pretty extraordinary, right? A career that's pretty extraordinary and has gone through struggles. They might not be the same as everyone, but we have a lot of similarities even on this panel. And we have to show them that we're out there and that we're willing to take their phone call and help them when it matters. And so that's something that I really try to do when someone asks me to mentor them. I step up and do it. I do a group mentor through WESIS. Women in Cybersecurity is an organization that I'm truly fond of, and Cisco was a founding member of. So I think it's super important, like that we stretch those muscles for ourselves and learn from them. Like I'm learning all the time from my mentees, and it's extraordinary what happens in those group settings.
It does work both ways, doesn't it? And you do stay sharp and you learn a lot from your mentees as well. It's very reciprocal. And I'm so glad that you said too, like you pick up the phone and you take those phone calls, because advice I often give to some of my mentees too is like, just call them up. You want to talk to that person, you really admire their career. And I said, 9 times out of 10, they'll take your call. 9 times out of 10, or maybe 7 times out of 10, those are still pretty good odds. You ask someone to coffee or to lunch and say, hey, I just would really like to learn from you. They will say yes. So it might take being a little bit brave, but it really works. So, Ashley, um, mentorship in your career, have you had somebody in particular that really helped you along, or have you found more engagement for yourself mentoring others?
Yeah, really both. I'm not going to say anything different than what everyone has said ahead of me. So I'll take a little bit different approach with this, with mentoring others and looking towards the next generation. If we're only focusing on women that are in college to try and fill the pipeline, we're going to struggle to fill that pipeline because they've already decided what they're interested in. There's career changers, and we know that we can get women into cyber from lots of different fields, specifically communication, as they're seen here today. But we know that the research is super clear that by the time a girl has finished middle school, they've already decided if a career in STEM is something that they want to pursue or not. And so how do we reach and impact kids at that age? And so I know that's what I've been talking about a lot today, and I have all the college women around me and PhD students and the researchers, but growing up, I think a lot of people associated being good at math and science with a career in STEM and technology. And we heard that all the time. And we've really changed the script here at DSU. Instead of saying, are you good at math and science? We start with, are you curious? Do you like to know what's going on? Do you like to know how things work? Do you like to know the information behind the information? So the other is, do you like technology? Do you like to have the newest phone? Do you like when the new watch comes out? How about the iPad? And third seems kind of crass, but it works. Do you want a high-paying job with upward mobility, with flexibility? I mean, so when you can kind of flip that switch when you're talking to kids that are trying to decide what is it that they want to pursue as they get older, those three questions, I think, go leaps and bounds further than are you good at math and science? Because I think that'll come. But being curious and having grit and perseverance and wanting to know how things work and how you can, if you see a picture on the internet, how do you tell where that picture is taken? And with what camera, at what date and time, and what's a Google Map location to it? Yeah, that's creepy, but that's open source intelligence. And women are really good at that area of cybersecurity. It's getting all of, it's not classified information as you're looking at a case could be very valuable, but it's all that open source intelligence that you're able to gather that's publicly available that can be what leads you to where you need to be. And so those are the questions that I have really adopted over the last few years. I've gotten rid of, are you good at math and science? Instead, are you curious? Do you like technology? And do you want a nice house and car? I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. So
Yeah, and
that's
I don't find that to be crass at all, actually, because we have influencers that are selling
Yeah.
lifestyle to young people as a full-time job,
Yeah, you're right.
24/7 online. And I think your hook is really more about, here's a really great way that you can achieve what you want to do.
Yeah.
Here's a pathway through career to get to that point. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So we have time just for a quick lightning round before we close. An optional question. Do any of you have a on topic, off topic, just standard bit of advice that you either wish you heard when you were a girl thinking about your career, or maybe even now, just anything. And a couple that I offer is, like, one piece is, don't wait to be perfect. And we all hear, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I know a lot of people I work with just want to be fully baked and ready to go with everything. And it's okay to jump in a little early and get your feet wet when you might not have it all figured out. Any of you have some standard advice, and feel free to just jump in.
One that I like is, in the midst of chaos, there's always opportunity. Doing instant response and in technology, things happen, things break, and we can't figure out why I'm frozen on the screen, right? So there's always something. And so in the midst of chaos, keep your head together and look for the opportunity, because if you're ready and prepared, you're able to deviate and go in a direction that you might not have suspected.
Absolutely. Anyone else as we wrap up?
I'll say, I still can't believe this is true, but I have to beg young women to apply for specific jobs, because they're just looking at the entire minimum requirements. And I will just tell you, apply. just apply for the jobs, right? You can do it. We need you. And quite frankly, I don't know what that is about us, but it is true. If we don't have all of the check boxes marked, we won't apply. I'm telling you, apply for the job, ask for it, go for it.
That's great. That's great advice. Anyone else going one last time before we wind up?
I'll jump in. Yes, especially for women, you have to hear this. A bad experience is just a good lesson learned. I know a lot of us have had experiences where someone says something and we know that it is coming from a sexist place or a misogynistic place, and then we turn our back on like a whole industry or a whole company. And I always tell people, I'm like, that bad experience is a good opportunity for you to think about what happens next. Like I had 8 internships and I did not like half of them. But the way I took that is I learned really early what I like and what I don't like. I've dealt with people who minimize my intelligence, who minimize my expertise. And rather than me leaving cybersecurity altogether or leaving national security altogether, I figure out how to not work with them, how to work around them, or how to pivot to something else. And I just say that because I meet a lot of women who all of us have like that one experience where for some women, it has made them get out of the space. And I would just encourage people, don't do that. What you're getting is a lesson about a person. Don't take that to mean the entire cybersecurity industry is set up that way.
And all right. Well, thank you so much. And speaking of hiccups in technology and when those things happen, thank you for your patience through that last little moment. But with that, we're going to close. And I have to just from the bottom of my heart express gratitude for how much I learned from all of you on this panel. Maria, Pam, Ashley, and Nicole, thank you. I know that this is going to be valuable for women in tech and also just women in the workforce generally. Really appreciate your wisdom and your candor. And everyone listening, thank you for participating. I hope the resources that you'll find in the chat are really useful. And looking forward to the rest of your very bright careers in tech. Thank you so much.
Welcome, everybody, to the SBA Cyber Summit. It's an honor to introduce our next session host, a true champion in the field of cybersecurity and a proud representative of the resilient small business community. Hailing from Iowa, this remarkable organization, ProCircular, has been recognized by SBA as a National Small Business Week winner. Their outstanding achievements exemplify the spirit of innovation and dedication that drives small business to success. I am thrilled to present to you a well-deserving winner who we recruited to lead our next session. Andrew, welcome to the SBA Cyber Summit.
Thank you, Jack. Well, welcome everyone. Yes, as Jack said, my name's Andrew. I'm going to run through kind of a primer on what incident response should be. I've been with ProCircular for several years and have had some firsthand experience with cybersecurity incident response. So they've asked me to kind of share some of those experiences with you all and have a dialogue on how you might handle these things in your own business. All right, so first up, as I said, we're going to kind of introduce the topic of incident response. We'll do some tabletop exercises, which in this world just means that we're going to talk through some real life scenarios and what your response might look like. And then we'll talk lessons learned toward the end. All right, so first up on the topics here, continuity of operations. This is really what incident response is all about. But there are several different topics underneath of continuity. You may have heard of business continuity. You may have heard of disaster recovery. Today, we're talking about cybersecurity incident response. Incident response is all about speed. We want to get the incident contained and reduce damage as quickly as possible. Business continuity is the concept of just keeping the lights on, keeping the wheels on the bus. And disaster recovery is, okay, the wheels fell off, now what? How do we get them put back on? A good example of this is, think of a major function in your business. Maybe it's taking payments or paying your staff. If those functions are down, business continuity is the practice of doing something else, figuring out how to get your people paid or how to accept payments without your main system. And disaster recovery is, as it sounds, recovering those systems. It's a good idea to think through what some of those most important functions are for you before a bad day happens. All right, so there's some really important words with incident response. I like to kind of point people to the bottom of this slide first. Breach is a word that's so often used when we talk about cyber attacks, but this is actually a legal term that I advise everyone to stay away from. The reason is it kicks off some timers, and it's a very important thing to use your attorneys to identify whether or not there's been a breach in your organization. So my advice here is stick to the words event or incident or disaster when talking in a group or trying to figure out what's going on. An event could be anything, could be not malicious, might not even be an attack. An incident might be an attack, or it could just be something went wrong with your systems. A disaster could be just something failed. So a breach, again, just to reiterate, it's a legal term. Think of it as a breach of contract, whether it's implied or explicit. So what is a cyber incident? It's anything that affects these three core tenets of security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is keeping secret. Integrity is how do we keep our data accurate and real? And then availability is how do we get access to our systems, making sure that we have access to our systems. So anything that impacts those would be considered an incident. So what is IR and why is it important? It's a plan that helps you respond to an incident in a calm way. So it brings calm to the storm is what I like to say. Helps you respond more quickly, more efficiently. It reduces the overall cost of an incident, which I think is a really novel thing in security. So often I'm considered, just a cost center. I'm just the sort of insurance for a bad day. But in this exercise, you can actually reduce the cost or potential cost of a cyber incident to your business. So this is a really impactful exercise. And it doesn't cost that much to do. It's not like a tool that you have to go out and buy. So this is a really valuable exercise. Here's a study that I want to point folks to that is conducted every year. And if you're into this kind of thing, it talks about data breaches that they study globally. And for each of these different breaches, they look at some various factors of what goes into the cost of a breach. And this is what I wanted to point to is there's a huge difference between organizations that do incident response planning and conduct incident response tabletop exercises as far as the cost is concerned overall. So these are real numbers, real breaches that have happened to companies. And as you can see, the difference is major. There's a 34% difference, which equates to about $1.5 million on average over all of these breaches. And to give you a number of, the number they study is in the thousands. I think this year it was somewhere around 5,000 breaches that they study. So who needs to be involved? Oftentimes, it's considered that this is an IT thing. Incident response is only about cybersecurity or information technology fixing things and getting things back online. But that couldn't be further from the truth, which is why we've got you all here today as owners and CEOs of small businesses. You will most often be involved when bad things happen, and you're needed there. It's not an afterthought. Which if you've ever had that type of thing happen to you, you kind of understand where I'm coming from here. But oftentimes during that planning, people think it's an IT thing. What I want to hammer home here is it's kind of an everybody thing. There's a lot of different departments that will play a role if an incident reaches a certain severity level. So on roles, here's two different things to think about when you're kind of setting your plan out. There's a tactical team and there's a strategy team. these teams should really be separate because they have two different distinct objectives, and they need to happen in parallel because they're both very important, and timing is everything with incident response. As I said, it's all about speed. It's all about containing the damage. So the tactical team is typically going to be composed of your incident response, technical team. They're going to be maybe your IT folks or your third-party support. The strategy team is your leadership team. It's legal, HR, public relations, marketing. And those are the folks trying to make decisions at a company level. How do we take this information and choose a direction? So the tactical team is, like I said, just fixing things, trying to contain damage mainly. Strategy team is focusing on, okay, how does this impact the rest of the business? And in between there, you see that red line. There should be somebody that's a go-between, making sure that both teams have enough information to make good decisions. So communications is critical. Document critical contact information in your plan. Make sure that it has your external resources that you might need, law enforcement. If you have scripted breach responses, that's important to document as well. And you should have one person that's authorized to talk to the media. That way you can avoid having conflicting messages go out to the public if something is happening to your company. The phases really quickly of incident response: preparation, that's kind of what we're doing today. Identification is when somebody sees an incident and reports it. Somebody needs to validate that the incident is real. But once it is decided that this incident is real, we move into containment very quickly. And containment is, how do we isolate this incident? Usually that means, okay, we're going to maybe disconnect network connections and isolate, literally isolate the computer on the network, or try and minimize it to as a small number of systems as possible. Once we do that, that kind of gives us breathing room to do the rest of these phases. Because once the damage is contained, we can focus on really making sure the bad guy is out, or making sure that our systems are secured again. That's the eradication. That might involve, turning systems off or shutting them down nicely. So then there's the recovery aspect of things, bringing things back to normal operations. And then within 48 hours, I like to say, do some lessons learned. Bring everybody back to the table and give everyone a chance to say what they saw during the incident as things that could be improved, maybe things that went well that we should continue doing, and maybe there's something you identify that needs to be fixed as a result of that incident. So what we're doing today, as I said, really valuable exercise. And what it does is help us test our own plans. Obviously, we're not going to pull out your incident response plans today, but if you do this on your own, this is a really good way to figure out, is that plan realistic? Does it call out all of the key contact information that we need, all of the key steps that we want in that plan? It helps you build some muscle memory around incident response, and obviously helps, when the bad day happens, that's going to help you respond more quickly and efficiently. If your security team is working on activities, this is going to help kind of socialize what those things are and help the rest of the group understand maybe there are some gaps that we need to fix. So it creates buy-in for information security programs because you all have to sort of dig in and engage and figure out where those gaps are. So a quick break for questions, or if anyone has comments on some of those sort of introductory one-on-one type things.
Hey, Andrew, a quick reminder. I should have reminded the audience, feel free to use the chat feature throughout the session. You too can sort of respond to some of the items that Andrew's going to highlight, and we'll do our best to sort of respond via chat while the panelists are continuing with their session.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, well, if there's no questions, let's go ahead and do quick introductions. You can do, just a brief introduction of yourself, and we'll get started with the exercise itself. We'll start with you, Peter.
I accidentally had you muted, Peter. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, I'm Peter Gibbs. I own a surety agency in
James?
I'm James Culbertson. I'm a small business owner and also a data consultant for the government.
Lena?
Hi, I'm Lena Trudeau, and I'm a small business owner, and I do a lot of work in advanced analytics.
And Aaron? AJ?
My name is AJ, and I own a grocery store, and we are in the food business industry.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. So in this next section, I'm going to present kind of a scenario to you. I'm just going to read some stuff, and we'll look for your reactions individually, and think about these things in terms of how it might impact your business, and some of the things that you might do to respond. I'm not going to try and trick you. These are things that happen in real life, and they're ripped right from the headlines, really. So let's start this off. All right, so the first scenario is a small family-owned construction company made extensive use of online banking and used an ACH for transfers of payments. Employees logged in with both company and user-specific IDs and passwords, and there were two challenge questions that had to be answered for transactions over $1,000. Okay. The owner was notified that an ACH transfer of $10,000 was initiated by an unknown source. They contacted the bank, identified that in just 1 week, cyber criminals had made 6 transfers from the company bank accounts, totaling $550,000. Question is how? One of their employees had opened an email from what they thought was a materials supplier, but was instead a malicious email laced with malware from an imposter account. So they had some checks and balances in place, and those checks and balances were defeated by a simple email. So with that, I'd look for your reactions, and we'll start in reverse this time. AJ.
The reaction is 1, super shocked as a business owner, and then 2, for us, it would be how do we get with our risk management team and our IT team to find out how we can clear that up, and hopefully got a good relationship with the bank where we can talk to the bank and our insurance company to see how we can expeditiously resolve this.
Excellent. Lena.
Yeah, well, I know the right answer is that I should turn to page 1 of my incident response plan, but because I don't have one of those fully formed yet, there's my confession. I have to say my first instinct would be the same, just to close the barn door, make sure that there's no more money going out, to work with, the technical team and the bank to understand what happened, ensure that it can't happen again, while also preserving any evidence that might be needed later.
Very good. James.
My first thing would be to call the bank, try to find out what happened. Where did the money go? Can I get the money back? What's this going to do? Is it going to affect my business? Next would be try to reevaluate how we allow employees to access. Who has access to the accounts? Who has access to the 2-factor authentication, the questions? Maybe that's not enough. Maybe we need a tighter control. One person only has the authority to authorize or deauthorize any account. Try to limit that to limit our vulnerabilities.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah. And depending on the timing, sometimes that, the process of getting that money back can be very hampered if it's, much beyond 72 hours. And I love the thought, maybe the access controls weren't enough. Yeah. Peter.
Yeah, so my reaction would definitely be to call the bank. But more importantly, I would have to review the process and procedures that we have, because it seems like, having a limit of whatever that limit is, smart people can go below that limit. So maybe having the limit is not something that we should have, but we should have more monitoring of the accounts, to identify any unusual activity in the banking account.
Yeah, that's so key. Monitoring is how we often find out about the incidents. It's great if somebody reports it to us, but relying on that reporting mechanism can sometimes put us behind several weeks or even months in some cases. A lot of times what we see in the industry is incidents last for a very, very long time. The attacker has a very long time to do whatever they're doing because we're relying solely on people to report things to us when we notice something is wrong. And it's not that people aren't reporting it, it's just sometimes takes a while to realize that something is wrong. So yeah, you're right, that monitoring can be really critical. Okay, so I'll give you kind of the next phase of this scenario, kind of give you an idea of what's happening here. So cyber criminals were able to install malware onto the company's computers using a keylogger to capture banking credentials. So going back to what was said about, maybe we have too many people in the account. A keylogger is software that silently monitors keyboard keystrokes and sends the information to a cyber criminal. They can then access banking or other financial services online using valid account numbers and passwords, which makes it difficult to detect this, right? If it's valid accounts, valid passwords, you would think it's just authorized activity. So difficult to detect. Any reactions to that? I'll kind of open it up to the group.
I mean, yeah, I think that, obviously there'd have to be a couple of efforts in parallel. We would want to make sure that malware was isolated and removed. At the same time, on the business side, while the technical team is working at isolating and hopefully, removing the threat, we would also need on the business side to go and change a lot of the access controls, passwords and such to various accounts. Anything that was related to either financial or critical business or customer information, we would need to be changing that right away. As this is all going on, probably also consulting the appropriate law enforcement and legal resources. We have some responsibilities. If the malware got to a point where any critical information was exposed that affected folks outside of our own company, we would have responsibilities there that we would have to address, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's very true. It so often it goes beyond what the initial attack seems to be targeting, and they're often targeting anything they can get their hands on that will provide value later on for the attacker. James, I saw you come off mute. You have a reaction there?
Yeah, that'd be a scarier scenario, because then you're not certain how they got access. I think that goes back to how many people have access to your bank account. Who needs to be logging in to the bank account, and where are they logging in? Sometimes maybe the bank account needs to be something accessed outside of the shop, where you have more control. You're on a different computer. You don't have anybody around, nobody over your shoulder. No one else can be using that computer. That could allow malicious malware or something else to come in, keylog or whatever on the computer. You're not aware, because you don't know anybody else who's using it. You think you're being safe. You're checking all your part, but then somebody else comes in behind you using the same machine and has exposed it. So I think I would probably remove the banking aspect to a different location where no one else has access.
Yeah, it's a great comment. Peter, I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I would want to assess the situation, because in all these packages that we have as businesses, there's antivirus protection, So I want to know, I'd have a conversation with that company to figure out like, how is this happening, right? But I think the most important thing is really to sit down with your team and do some re-education about, the initial intrusion by receiving that email, and making sure that the team understands that, when you receive stuff, you just can't just, click on an attachment or whatever. So I think it's, assessing the situation. It's, having a conversation with your protection that you already have to figure out why did it happen. And then you need to have some re-education for your staff so that they're aware of, what they should or shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, great point. I think something that I'd like to share for everyone is there's a little bit of light here. If something like this were to happen and there was somebody else that had to look at this transaction before it went out the door, many times that is stopped. And we've actually seen that in working with some companies. Somebody requests a very large amount of wire transfer or ACH transaction, and because they had some steps in place to, once it caps a certain amount, somebody else has to put eyes on, they stopped it. And so the attacker wasn't able to get any money. But so often it goes the other direction. Another thing that we've seen that's had some success is, and everybody said this, which I love, you get in contact with your bank, right? And through that relationship, a lot of times you can put controls in place with your bank. If they see something that seems suspicious, or if it hits a certain threshold, they can then call out to, a separate contact and say, hey, is this a legitimate transaction? The balance is, of course, usability and speed. If your operations depends on quick transactions, that might be detrimental, but it's important to weigh some of those decisions as a business owner. Yeah. Any other reactions to the keylogger portion of this scenario? Okay. All right. So this is sort of how this make-believe company responded. So the bank was able, after being in contact with them, they were able to retrieve $200,000 of the stolen money, which leaves $350,000. Quick math, that was a loss. So the bank also drew over $220,000 on the business's line of credit to cover the fraudulent transfers. Not having a cybersecurity plan in place delayed the company's response to the fraud. So, any reactions to that?
Yeah, it would be really great for us all to have up-to-date response plans that lay out exactly what needs to happen in a given scenario, so that we spend less time deliberating and more time jumping into action.
AJ, I think I saw you come off mute.
No, I was just going to say, man, it's great that hopefully the SBA offered them the line of credit as a small business, and I know John can help us all do that as well. Commercial break.
But what I can do immediately, we will put in the chat a couple links to some template plans that folks can access from our colleagues at CISA and NIST. So I'll provide that with our team immediately, but I'll go back to you all.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Any other reactions to the loss of $350,000 and the drawdown on your business line of credit?
I'll just say that would be a scary thing to lose that much money. It'd be a scary scenario, that much money gone, and wondering, even if you advance on your line of credit, you still got to pay that money back. It's not like that money's there for you for free. You're going to pay for that loss.
Yeah. Very true.
There is insurance to cover this type of thing, I suppose. I mean, we have, of course, in our business, a variety of insurances, including cyber insurance, which carries with it, certain requirements as well. So, just thinking about the concept of insurance, I recognize that there are certain actions outlined in that policy that we're responsible for taking in the event of some sort of incident like this. So I would want to make sure I'm really familiar with that too.
Yeah, and those requirements have been increasing in intensity. I'm sure all of you have seen when you apply for cyber insurance now, there's a whole litany of things that you need to be either proving you're doing or at least attesting that you're doing. So very, very true. And insurance may help in this case. A lot of times the successful claim is dependent on your successful completion of some of their requirements as well. Okay, so some other information about what the company did. The company also sought a cybersecurity forensics firm to help them complete a full cybersecurity review of their systems, which is likely how they would have discovered some of these, the malware that was there and the keyloggers. They were also able to identify the source of the incident. And in this case, just to refresh everyone's mind, it was an email that was opened and a link that was clicked. And they were able to recommend some upgrades to security software. And it was mentioned on this call, training is a great thing for the defense of your organization. Making people aware of how these things can impact the business sometimes is enough to make them think twice. Sometimes they need a little more. They need practice. So something our company just did to us was they did a phishing campaign where they sent out an email to all of us employees that looked legitimate. And it was very tricky. And I will admit, I opened the email and I clicked the link because it looked exactly like our HR system. And it was benefits enrollment time. So I said, oh yeah, I need to go do that. Click the link. But then I noticed something was off. So I didn't put my credentials in and sign in. I noticed there was something different about the system. And then I remembered, oh yeah, they're doing phishing campaigns. So this is a great thing to sort of teach your staff and teach yourself about, the different ways an attacker might try and get into your system through email alone. So any reactions to some of the things that the company did, seeking insurance, seeking help from a cybersecurity firm to sort of dig in and figure out what the vector of attack was?
So what I found out recently is that not only can you be attacked just on your email, but they can also attack you if you store stuff in the cloud. So we, even though we had protection from our email, we weren't protected from the cloud. So, and I'm not an IT person, so I didn't know how that was possible. So the key thing for us in our company is making sure that we we're aware of, we have a good system that's protecting us, but also periodic meetings with that company just to make sure that we're protecting ourselves. Because when you're a small business, all it takes is one bad thing to happen and you could be out of business, especially in this scenario if you're going to lose $350,000. So I think it's critical that you got to be involved as an owner and try to understand the stuff the best as you can.
Yeah, very true. One thing that I advise companies is whether you're working with a third party or not, if you have your own internal security program, you should review that on a regular basis. Just like you said, talk to them about what they're doing and whether or not those activities or those programs are up to date and accomplishing what you want them to accomplish. so often I think there's a push for let's secure the endpoint, let's secure, the email. But then, like you said, Peter, there's other things that need to be defended, right? And so a good security program is going to be looking holistically at your business. What are the most important functions? What's the most important data? And reviewing that on a regular cadence to make sure that it's up to snuff. Jack, I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, Andrea, I had a question for you. So if I were a small business owner or a panelist, and this is playing out, right? You don't know originally that one of your staff members clicked on something. So is it probably, again, much of our instinct would be go to the bank, try to secure the funds, lock that down. Is it in all likelihood only until the forensic person comes in and backtracks what the original breach was? Which you're dealing with the situation, trying to lock down your bank and that stuff, but you don't want it to happen again. And you do want to know what was the origin. I know I'm not a technologist either. I wouldn't probably be able to figure out that I've got malware on my computer unless something blatant happened or a technologist came in and said, hey, it looks like you clicked on something 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. Is it that point that you understand what really was the breach?
Great question. So this is one of the reasons that I strongly advise, if you don't have internal resources, seek help and seek help quickly, because yes, you may stumble on that initial root cause. And I'll tell you, I work with a lot of companies that do. People are smart, right? I'm not, I'm trying not to talk down to anyone. So I think that's important for everyone to recognize, is that you can certainly discover for yourself just based on what evidence you're seeing. If you see your bank account is dropping funds and you're not expecting it, you may very quickly realize, oh, it's potentially linked to, the person that handles payments. Let's go talk to that person, figure out if their account is compromised or what's going on there. But yes, to sort of answer your question directly, sometimes it is only once you've brought in that forensic expert that you discover the root of that access, and then it's important to try and contain it. Again, this is another important thing for containment. If you identify some of these key functions in your organization up front, you can set out some plans, as if you see an attack that's related to that function or to that system, you may have some plans that you can just put in place to, hey, if we see anything suspicious here, let's pull the lever and immediately isolate that. So you may have some steps you can take to, if it's your bank account, for example, you may be able to isolate that from the rest of your systems, or isolate that function. Like Jack and everyone has said, call the bank. I think that's a very good first step, because you're taking steps to isolate the issue quickly by talking to the people that are likely going to be able to take action, which is, again, why communications is so important.
Well, and following up on that, the use of a forensics expert, or that expertise, if there is, and it sounds like in this case there was criminal activity, they can find the evidence. Maybe they were able to trace back where that original phishing email came from, and take action. So it's protection as well from recurrence of the event. As I understand it, the data shows that a lot of companies that are targeted successfully are targeted again, because if they don't fix the weaknesses, they continue to leave themselves exposed. So, the worst thing that could happen after something of this magnitude is to actually have it happen again while you're still trying to recover from it. So just baking in that ability to learn the lessons, really understand the full extent of what transpired, and understand what needs to be resolved because of it, and then bake those sort of learnings into better processes going forward is really critical.
It's a great point. Great point. Okay. Any other reactions to kind of that portion, using cybersecurity forensics to help with the response? All right. I'll sort of close that section by saying a lot of times there's multiple victims as well. Target company might have been attacked through another victim. A lot of times these schemes like this one is a compromised account at one of their partner companies is used to send an email. So it looks very legitimate because it's coming directly from that company to initiate some sort of transfer, but it goes to the wrong account. That type of fraud happens quite a bit. I think that something that's helpful for companies to realize is that these are, in many cases, these are non-technical attacks. Now, this example was using sort of a technical attack. There was some malware, keylogger as part of that, but many times it's just tricking people. It's good old-fashioned fraud, and they trick people into paying the wrong account or paying the wrong amount, and then those funds are gone unless you can quickly communicate with your bank, communicate with all of your partners, and get those funds back. All right, so sort of the silver lining here is that the company shut down their bank account, pursued legal action to recover some of those losses, and were able to recover the remaining $350,000 with interest. So that's a happy ending, I guess, to a very gray start. So no money and time for legal fees, however, was recovered. So there's your example. So post-incident, I want to talk quickly about lessons learned. We talked very briefly about it during the intro. There's some key questions that I think it's good to ask. You can find templates for how to conduct a lessons learned template or a lessons learned meeting online, but there's 3 simple questions I would say that you could ask. What went well? So what are the things that we should continue doing? What could be improved? Right? What are the things that, hey, maybe that didn't go so well? What can we do to fix that process? And maybe there are some things that you could put in place to prevent that thing from happening in the future. So is it technology? Is it process? And then maybe there's some action items that come out of that. So with that in mind, does anyone have some sort of thoughts on how you might improve this example company's response to their scenario?
I think having a process is important. Talking with all your key stakeholders going forward. What is the North Star in each one of these? The redlining through each one of the North Stars, and hey, how can we going forward learn from this to maximize, to make sure this doesn't happen again? Talking with your team internally, encouraging everyone to change their passwords. Hopefully that's something that's been done up front. And then talking also to the insurance company to see, hey, what additional things do we need to look at adding? Unfortunately, with so many things happening in the world today, spending more money on is maybe sometimes necessary, but to avoid such losses like these going forward, it might be worth the potential investment to protect the company and the funds as well.
Very good. Anyone else?
I'm an old military guy, and I believe that communication is key. And when you're a small business owner, you have to be involved, and you can't just rely on experts to answer all your questions. And like when I have my weekly meetings, I have a little section where we talk about cyber and cybersecurity. So if it's important to you, it's going to be important to your team. Especially in today's environment, if you don't make cyber a significant part of how you look at things, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Well said. I love it. That's the message that so often we in the cybersecurity industry are are pushing against is not pushing against the message. We're pushing against the challenge of getting engagement at the leadership level. So I'd love hearing you say that as a small business owner, that it takes some ownership in these types of activities.
Yeah, building on that, I agree with everything AJ and Peter said, and just to build on it, if it's almost like we need to be thinking of this as it's not an if but a when kind of situation, because these are so rampant. And it reminds me of that old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Just doing the work up front. We're all small businesses and we're all grinding every day. So it's hard sometimes to set aside the time for the things that are really important but not urgent, right? So just such a good reminder that it's a very wise investment.
It is. And I think one thing that I like to point out for companies is it oftentimes doesn't involve a really fancy, expensive tool, right? This company could have prevented this with good training and some additional processes in place to make sure that those transactions were legitimate. All right. Anyone else?
Andrew, I know I think got one more scenario to run through. I think one or two of our panelists may need to drop. If so, because I know you're small business owners, which means you're super busy managing teams. Appreciate you all if you do have to drop, and anybody that can stay on for the second scenario.
Thank you. I do need to drop, Jack. I've got another call for small business. You're always on call and on duty, so I do need to run. But thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for your time and your participation. All right. So the next scenario, I'll just read it off for you. The scenario of the CEO of a boutique hotel realized that their business had become the victim of wire fraud when the bookkeeper began to receive insufficient fund notifications for regularly recurring bills. A review of the account records exposed a serious problem. At some point, a few weeks before, the CEO had clicked on a link in an email that they thought was from the IRS. It wasn't. When they clicked the link and entered their credentials, the cyber criminals captured the CEO's login information, giving them full access to intimate business and personal details. So the attack, cyber criminals were able to install malware on the company's computers using a keylogger to capture banking credentials again. A keylogger we've already talked about. In this case, there was also a social engineering component. It was a phishing attack, which is a form of fraud or social engineering, as we call it in cybersecurity, where the cyber criminals attempt to trick individuals by creating and sending fake emails that appear to be from an authentic source, such as business or a colleague. It might ask you to confirm your personal account information, such as your password, or it might prompt you to open a malicious attachment that then infects your computer. So any reactions to this sort of whirlwind of a bad day for this CEO at a boutique hotel?
I imagine in that type of space, I mean, a hotel is seeing a lot of different things. You got guests, coming and going, people staying short and long term. You're interacting with online platforms where people make reservations, other suppliers. I got to imagine, I mean, that's all scenarios are tough, but you're getting a lot of incoming at a boutique hotel.
Yeah, agreed. It sounds a lot like the previous example, but magnified in a way that affects a lot of other people and puts their information at risk. And so, all of the things that we've talked about in terms of responding right away, one would think that you would have a technical team working to isolate the issue. But another example of where having expertise on call when needed and recognizing there'll probably be a need to communicate to others who've been affected and put some sort of plan in place to help them if there was in fact that breach. Means legal resources, it means PR and communications. It just takes everything that we've already talked about and puts it on steroids a little bit.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about this scenario, you're right, it's very similar to the last one we saw, but it sort of forces you to think about things from an operational perspective as well. You have a boutique hotel, which, starting the morning, they're going to have to start operations, right? They're going to have to maybe start cooking some meals. There's maybe payments that need to be taken, people checking out, people checking in. And so from an operational perspective, suddenly there's a lot of need for partners and vendors to be included in the communications to some degree. So it forces that CEO, that owner, to really think about, do I have the right contacts? Can I call the people I need to call to say, hey, we've got a situation, but we still need to do business, right? Obviously it's a scary scenario, but I think it's a good thing to think about things in terms of, maybe I need to call my food vendor. Maybe I need to be calling, it's not typically the people you would think about in a cyber incident. Your first call might be an incident response firm, but maybe it should be some of your partners and vendors that are critical to your operations as well.
Yeah, I think you have to stop the bleeding. And then you have to plug the holes of what's been getting through, how it's been getting through, whether it's internal or a third party, and then you have to figure out a way to keep your business, operating, by calling the vendors. But for me, the first thing that I would try to do is to stop the bleeding and close the holes. And then, everything else, as far as prioritizing goes after that.
Very true. Very true. So the ending is not as happy on this one. The impact was that the company lost over $1 million to an account in China, which is often how this happens. Just to sort of paint a picture for anyone that's not familiar, again, not trying to talk down to anyone. If you're already familiar, just ignore this portion. But many times those funds clear several accounts before they reach their final destination. There's a process that I believe it's the SEC. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but they have what they call a financial kill chain. And if you catch these types of things quickly enough, they can repatriate those funds to your accounts. But if it goes much beyond 72 hours, a lot of times those funds have cleared into areas that we may not have relationships, and we can't bring those funds back. And so once we reach that magical 72-hour mark, it becomes really difficult to repatriate those funds, and many times it's just lost. So the timing is everything. That's why we want quick response. We want quick communications. As Peter said, we want to be able to stop the bleeding very, very quickly to try and recover those funds. Any reactions to the loss of $1 million?
Just makes you feel sick.
Seriously.
Yeah, and goes back to one of the very first points you made, Andrew, on one of your context setting slides about the importance of being able to act quickly and having transparency into what's going on, like a simple notification service from your bank or the dual control kind of hierarchy. It could have been really helpful in this instance. But just the ability to react quickly and have an understanding of who to call when you need them as a small business, it's just so important. I agree.
For me, it has me thinking about making sure that I have a system in place that's not reactionary. Like after something happens, for me, I want a system where I find out, even if it happened but I find out first, because I think if you have to wait for the bank or an employee to tell you, your chances of losing that $1 million is increased. So, you got me. I'm gonna pull out my plan and and do some assessment so that we can. I know it won't happen all the time, but if we can find a way to find out before someone else tells me that something is wrong, that's where I want to be.
Absolutely. There's two sort of processes that I would recommend that really expose some of those questions to you as the owner of your business. And the first one is sometimes called a risk assessment. Sometimes it's called a gap assessment. It's an assessment, which I love that you said, I'm going to do an assessment. Again, that ownership of the process coming, I love that. But that risk assessment or gap assessment is really a dialogue, much like we're having today, but it's about your controls, right? So you're going through all of the controls that you've designed and built to try and prevent this from happening, and assessing, are they effective, real? Are we doing all that we should? Not necessarily all that we can, because as small business owners, we understand that we have to be measured in our spend of cybersecurity budget, right? We can't just say, yeah, give me all the great fancy tools. We have to use a risk-based approach to our budget. So make sure that we're spending what we can, or what we should. I just said the wrong thing. What we should, in order to defend our business appropriately. The other thing I'll mention, the other process is called a penetration test. This is a little more in depth, but it's from a technical perspective. Are the controls that we have in place effective against a fake attacker, essentially? So you hire a firm to perform an attack on your systems, and they try to break in through the controls that you have in place. And this is a thing, when you couple that with a gap assessment, this is a thing that really helps you understand where you might have weaknesses in your systems and try to prevent them from being exposed to an attacker. So I love that you're taking that initiative to say, yep, I think it's time to do an assessment, to try and figure out what those controls might be. So good stuff. Any other thoughts on that boutique hotel? Okay.
I guess just the CEO is the one in this case who needs the training.
Right. Yes. Yeah. No one is safe from a well-crafted phishing email. That is for sure. I'm a perfect example of that. I should know better, and yet I still fell for it. So, okay. With that, that's the end of the second scenario. I want to thank all of you for participating. Thank you for your feedback and your discussion. It was really valuable. I loved all the points you were making. And it's so encouraging for me, because so often, I work with firms that are just starting out and just getting these concepts. So it's great to hear folks that are, really engaged in this process and kind of showing and sharing that value with peers. So thanks again for participating, and thanks for inviting me to be a part of this. This was fun.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Andrew, Lena, Peter, AJ, and James for joining us. So in the first couple of weeks of the SBA Cyber Summit, we've done a lot of technical sessions, sort of perfect ways of dealing things. Really appreciate the flexibility of you all and those in the chat sort of talking about, again, what is your initial instinct? We ran a little test on week 1, and during one of the presentations, folks were talking about phishing attacks. We sent out a phishing chat item in our own chat, which is not absolutely secure. And it was a phishing thing saying you can get free money to grow your business. And over 70% of our attendees clicked on it within 90 seconds. Many people are unhappy. It was not with ill intent. We just wanted to reinforce that in many environments, including webinars and summits, that again, if you're quick to click, you can fall prey to these things. Again, we apologize to those that perhaps got a little uncomfortable with having clicked on that in the chat. I think as one of our technical experts said, the first time you see something labeled free money, that's a sign perhaps not to click on it. But these exercises are very valuable. And again, for all of us to stay humble, continuously learn, share, and how we can protect our organizations. As I mentioned, we will continue to feed some template response plans from the public sector. There's obviously expert organizations like ProCircular and our own small business development centers that you can walk into to talk a little bit more in depth about how to build a plan, how to maintain a plan, and how to sort of grow, especially employee education campaigns within your firm to make sure you're staying as secure as possible. Thank you all for joining us. If you did not catch the insurance session, you can watch it on the playback on SBA's YouTube channel. I know there's a popular topic during today's session. Feel free to dial in that as well. Again, Andrew, Lena, and Peter, thanks for staying on for us. We appreciate it. We wish you well. And everybody, thanks for joining the SBA Cyber Summit.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Miller of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and I hope you're all having a fantastic time at today's final session of the SBA Cyber Summit. As always, you've all blown us away with your level of participation, your engagement, and your expertise in the chat, both with your fellow attendees and with our presenters. I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being here today and for your active involvement in these sessions. This event truly wouldn't be the same without your presence and your enthusiasm. And let's give another big round of applause to our incredible presenters. They've been sharing their expertise and insights with us during the past 2 weeks and the first half of today's session. So let's give them a quick round of applause. As we move to take our break for today, please do grab a refreshment and stretch your legs as usual, but feel free to continue networking with your fellow attendees in today's chat. This is an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas and experiences and to foster a wide set of connections that can be incredibly beneficial for your small businesses. But don't wander too far. We have an exciting lineup of sessions for the remainder of the summit this afternoon that you won't want to miss. So make sure to return promptly and be ready to absorb even more valuable information. Everything you gain here can have a significant impact on the security and success of your small business. So thank you once again for your active participation. Thank you again to our amazing presenters and panelists for their time and expertise. And let's all agree to continue this journey together as we reconvene for the final leg of SBA's 2023 Cyber Summit. See you all again soon.
Great day to everyone. We hope you're enjoying the third installment of our second annual SBA Cyber Summit. What a day. And now it is with high enthusiasm that I introduce our United States Small Business Administration Administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, our tremendous leader, who's going to have a fireside chat with Google's Lisa Gavelber, who is Google's CMO for the Americas and founder of Grow with Google. Madam Administrator, over to you.
Hi, I'm Isabella Casillas Guzman. I am the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and so glad that you've joined us for our SBA Cybersecurity Summit. I am thrilled for our next conversation, and I know that you're going to find it very helpful. I'm here with one of our great partners at the SBA. Lisa Gavelber is the founder of Grow with Google, and they are one of our partners in the Small Business Digital Alliance, and have just been a great resource for small businesses as we look towards the digital transition and making sure that small businesses can grow with digital technology. So it's great to have you here with me, Lisa, for this conversation.
Well, thank you so much for letting us join you. We're so excited to partner with the Small Business Digital Alliance and with the SBA, and so excited about all the work you guys have done over Cybersecurity Month.
Well, thank you. Well, I know we'll just dive right in because this is such an important topic, timely for our small businesses today. And I know that you work with small business owners every day, leveling up their digital skills as part of the Grow with Google platform. And I know that you conduct research as well to make sure that small businesses are understanding the challenges at hand. And small business owners take on so many roles, and cyber health is just yet another task to add to the list these days. But I'm curious what Google is hearing from small businesses on cybersecurity.
Yeah, as you said, we spend a lot of time with small businesses. They're really not only the lifeblood of the American economy, but they really have always been a big part of our journey at Google. As a matter of fact, one of our big things we're most proud of is how we help small businesses reach new customers through our platforms. And we work closely not only with small businesses, but with people like the Connected Commerce Council, who do a lot of research showing how much small businesses are leveraging digital tools to grow their business. But we really have been leaning in on how do we also help them in a world where cyber attacks are becoming more and more prevalent with small businesses. The FBI Internet Crime Report says that small businesses were affected or cost about $3 billion in cost from cybercrime just in 2022. So this is certainly a material problem. And I think what small businesses want help with is how do they protect their websites and their data? How do they identify phishing emails? And how do they create, importantly, a strong security culture in their organization, which actually helps more than you would even think. And so our focus has been on how do we arm small businesses with the information that they need to address these concerns. And we're so proud to be a founding member of the Small Business Digital Alliance and for working with you on the tool library that we can talk a little bit about that really helps people not only with digital tools to grow their business, but also to address some of these threats and concerns.
100%. Well, that's definitely the why of why we're doing this Cyber Summit, because the cost of those attacks is really impacting our small businesses, and it's at all sizes. I think sometimes we think it's just happening to the larger smalls or certain industries, but really it's across the board, and the cost is enormous when you are hit by a cyber attack. So, and I'm hearing the same thing, the data showing that during the pandemic and post, probably because businesses have adopted so much more technology, they're increasingly targeted for cyber attacks. So, I mean, I know that we have these incredible tools on the smallbusinessdigitalalliance.com that you've shared with our small businesses, but can you share with us now a little bit more about what Google's doing to support those small businesses in this space?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the first biggest thing we're always doing is focused on building products that are configured out of the box, secure by default. Making sure that we're protecting them just through the products that they use every day from Google, whether that's Gmail or advertising products. And one of the big things we've done is launch a basic education workshop. So a cybersecurity workshop. We made it incredibly accessible. So anyone can watch it on the Small Business Digital Alliance tool library at any time that's convenient for them. As you said, small businesses are so busy, they need to do things when they have a minute. But it's also accessible on our Grow with Google YouTube channel. So whatever's most convenient for the small businesses. And then we have a really handy small business cybersecurity guidebook, super simple, that you could share with any of your employees to help them get these basic practices that actually prevent more than you think of this cyber crime. And they can find that directly on the Small Business Digital Alliance tool library that we've created. And I know these are really critical things. We've tried to make them, with your help, super accessible.
That's great. Well, I mean, I think that that's really critical. So the takeaways are, go get that guidebook, take those trainings in your free time. I know that's a challenge, but it's an important step that you should take. And then as well, of course, make sure that the products are sort of embedded with that security, because I do think that's what's best for small businesses, is making sure that the companies are being responsible with trying to embed security in the products you're using so that you can feel safe. So I appreciate that. I know that you mentioned training for workers. And so if I could just dive back into that a little bit more. I mean, small businesses, oftentimes don't know how to prioritize which trainings are really critical for the small businesses. So how do you think small businesses should think about training their workforce and, using some of the products potentially that Google has for getting digital savvy and maybe being able to protect from cyber attacks?
Yeah, for sure. So we have basically two types of training that we offer to small businesses. The cyber training, and we offer that actually online, as I said, on this Grow with Google YouTube channel, but also in the Small Business Digital Alliance digital tool library. But we also offer in-person training, because sometimes people want to come and learn from someone live and be able to ask more questions. Sometimes they want to be able to put their hands on in real time in the sessions. And so, as you know, several years ago, we started the Grow with Google Digital Coaches program. And I really love this program. We have people, live people, real people who can answer your questions in 10 states, including many, many rural areas in our country, which I think is so important. And so we try to make it easy for people to find a workshop near them that they could go to in person if they want to. And you can find all of that on our Grow with Google site. The URL is grow.google/digital coaches. And those folks are just fabulous. They help obviously with the cybersecurity topic, but they also can really help you learn how to grow your business online. And we know that that has been so critical in society and in our communities, even before the pandemic, but especially since the pandemic.
That's great. That's great. Well, I know, part of the Biden-Harris administration commitment is, of course, to expand high-speed internet across the country. $42.5 billion has been committed for that. And the funding is large enough in this bipartisan infrastructure law funding to connect every home and small business in America by the end of the decade. So we're on our way to do that. And we know that, micro entrepreneurship thrives when there's high-speed internet. So for these rural communities that you just mentioned, I think in particular, it's really important to think about how we can especially help them. Rural small businesses learn about cybersecurity. So I love the things you just mentioned. Is there anything else that you would add in that space?
I would just encourage folks like the resources that are online. It always sounds like yet another thing to do, but these resources really are very simple and straightforward and super easy to find. So, and anyone in your team could look at them and maybe share that information with other folks on the team. So I would just encourage people, even though this topic sounds very intimidating, there are some very simple things you can do, even going down to passwords and how you set passwords and how often you change them, that make a giant difference in the safety of your information.
That's great. That's great. And those are some of the things we've been covering in the summit. Well, let's switch gears a little bit, because this is a topic I know you and I have talked about a lot, and that's AI. President Biden has promoted responsible American innovation around artificial intelligence. And I know that our priority has been to ensure that technology improves the lives of all people, all Americans. And we know that AI is helping our entrepreneurs run their businesses. And so I'm curious if we could just dive into that a little bit more and learn what AI tools you think at Google could be useful to small businesses.
Yeah, we are also really optimistic about what people will be able to use this AI technology to do. As you said, whether it's healthcare, education, so many amazing things in our society, I think can be helped when people use AI to help solve these problems. And in Google, we're tackling many of those issues, but importantly, also really building it directly into our products to help people grow their business. As a matter of fact, we didn't used to talk about AI all that much, but it's been in our products for years. Things like the Google advertising products for years to help you optimize your campaigns, right? To take some of the work out so that people who are less experienced in doing the advertising get all the benefits that a bigger company would have by putting the technology to work for them. And just one good example of that is something called the Google Product Studio. It really just helps. It helps small merchants easily create unique product imagery using this thing that's called generative AI. And I think putting these generative AI tools in small businesses' hands is really going to drive efficiency and productivity. It's an enabler for creativity. People like me who don't know how to normally design things can easily have fantastic imagery, and the technology does the work for you. So you can focus on the things that you want to spend your time on instead. So I think we'll just see more and more. We announced several new innovations on AI for small business at our Google Marketing Live event this year. And there'll just be more and more tools that people can use to become more creative, more productive, more efficient, and more effective in everything from how they run their business to how they do their marketing.
That's amazing. Well, I think about it as a way for us to further level the playing field for small businesses who don't necessarily have the resources to hire this external marketing firm to help them. There's some tools now that could give them an advantage. And the other thing President Biden has talked about with AI is that it is the most powerful technologies of our time, but in order to make sure that we're seizing the opportunities, that we do have to mitigate its risks. And so, of course, it's a much broader discussion, and I know Google has made commitments in this regard to make sure that we are moving towards a safe, secure, and transparent development of AI. But in the realm of cyber health, taking it back to this issue in cybersecurity, I'm wondering how you think, how should small business owners think about AI and cybersecurity?
Yeah, AI and cybersecurity really actually go hand in hand. AI unfortunately means that cyber threats are easier for people to perpetrate, but it also means that the technology that helps detect those threats is getting smarter and smarter. So I think, we've done a handful of things to help empower people using to improve their cybersecurity, including a recent announcement of supporting 20 cybersecurity clinics around the country, where we're specifically training up people to support critical infrastructure, everything from hospitals to school systems and others. So yes, cybersecurity and AI really go hand in hand. Unfortunately, advanced technology also helps the people who perpetrate the cyber threats to do so more easily. But it, at the same time, makes it easier to detect those threats and to help people deal with them. And we're doing a handful of things to help people. One that I'm really proud and excited about is our Google for Startups Cybersecurity AI Academy, where we're supporting some of the most promising startups in our country who are trying to use AI to really promote cybersecurity and safety. And the other thing I'm excited about is the cybersecurity clinic work that Google is doing. We announced a few months ago that we're supporting 20 cybersecurity clinics around the country to help people get trained in AI and cybersecurity so that they can help support critical infrastructure in our country.
That's amazing. Well, I know that The work with startups, or small businesses as well, is really critical. I think that when these small businesses innovate, these small startup entrepreneurs, that they really consider and understand the challenges of small businesses as well. So I think funding that next generation of innovators is so important. I appreciate that. I think with across the Google tools, we've learned across the Small Business Digital Alliance, some of the great benefits of using technology. It really helps businesses improve their operations in many cases, or improve revenues, to actually grow with Google, grow your business and revenues. And I think that that's the carrot sort of analogy of this, that we want to make sure small businesses see some benefit from digital. And from our perspective at the SBA, digital and e-commerce can connect you to global markets where there's so much opportunity to grow your business. And I know we've met many small businesses that have gone through those individual trainings with your one-on-one advisors, learning how to grow their business online. I think that the other part of it, of course, is the risks. You talked about that $3 billion. That's a massive incentive, maybe not the carrot, but the stick of trying to ensure that you perform in this space. And I don't know if there's any closing thoughts for small businesses in terms of how they should think about balancing their time demands, but really prioritizing both technology adoption and cyber health.
Yeah, I mean, I would just reinforce, don't be afraid. Some of this stuff is simpler than you think, and just leaning in and learning quickly. A few simple things you can do can make a giant difference, and I think that's why the Small Business Digital Alliance has provided such amazing tools in its tool library, and why we're so proud to be partnering with you and the SBDA to make those tools easily available. So please take advantage of all the great tools that have been provided by the SBA and the Small Business Digital Alliance.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We're so excited that you joined us throughout the SBA Cyber Summit, and I'm really proud to lead or kick off the next session. A popular topic throughout the SBA Cyber Summit has been the issue of cyber insurance. We gathered some leading minds under the leadership of Karen Evans. Karen's a dear friend, a technologist. She served as a public servant and a public champion. She currently serves as the managing director at the Cyber Readiness Institute. Please stay active on the chat, and I think you're in for a great session. Karen, all yours.
Thank you so much, Jack. And today our panel is going to be focused on some key threats to small businesses that you commonly face, and how maybe cyber insurance helps mitigate some of those risks or answer some of these tough questions. But I have a very, very distinguished panel, and I could not do them justice. And actually, we would probably take the whole time if I read each of their bios. So I'm going to let them each go and give a little bit about themselves so that we can jump right into the topic. So Sean, if you could introduce yourself, that'd be awesome.
Hi there, Sean Kevlin. I'm the CEO of the Insurance Information Institute. Since 1960, the Insurance Information Institute has been a trusted voice on risk management and insurance for consumers, policymakers, industry professionals. We aim to help people better manage risk, which cyber risk is absolutely increasing, as we'll talk about today.
And Norma?
It's first of all, Karen, thank you so much. Great to be here. Thank you to the Small Business Administration for having me. Vice President and Chair of the Cybersecurity, Privacy, and Digital Innovation Practice at Van Scoik Associates. More importantly, I've been working since 2005, helping owners and operators of critical infrastructure manage their risk, big and small. And I used to work in the government, like many other people, the U.S. Departments of State, Commerce, FEMA as a consultant, and Department of Transportation. And I love cyber insurance, so happy to be here.
Well, okay, so now you've set the stage. So Jaron, you're next.
No pressure, right? Hi, everybody. My name's Jaron Painter. I'm the Director of Cyber Risk Services for Zurich Insurance. My role here is to serve as the interface between the insured and making sure that they're the quality of risk, and how can we improve that quality of risk whenever we offer them cyber insurance. Prior to this role, I was actually in a small business. I served as the information security officer for a very small healthcare system out of West Virginia.
So that's what we all, I mean, I'm in common with everybody, but Jaron and I are common from West Virginia. So you guys have to watch out a little bit. We might gang up on you through the panel discussion. But with all the talk about AI, what I did in preparation for this as your moderator, I asked a question to ChatGPT. And the question that I asked was, what's the greatest cyber threat facing small businesses? It actually came back. I'm not going to give you all the answers because we'd be here for a long time as well. It came back with many, but the top ones were phishing, business email compromise, and ransomware. So I really like each of the panelists to talk a little bit about what you think it is. Is ChatGPT right? How would you expand out this list? And really, what is that biggest threat based on the experience that you guys have with small businesses? So Norma, let's start with you.
Sure. You know, all of those issues are obviously very true, but I think what's important to start with is that for small businesses, I think one of the toughest issues is that they really have a challenge understanding what that nature of global cyber threat means, right? If you understand the threat, then you kind of know how to manage your risk. And I think in many cases, the small businesses I've worked with really say to me sometimes, I'm too small. No one cares about me. And I understand I have to protect against cyber, but not like the way you keep telling me to. And I think what I try and counsel small businesses to understand is because you're small, in fact, you're almost the perfect target. And particularly if you understand where you sit, right? Are you a contractor to the Defense Department, to an electric utility, and what have you? I think that's important. Once we can kind of help frame for small businesses what the threat is, I totally agree that those are all very serious threats. But the additional threat I would flag, and I think we'll talk about later, is supply chain security, right? Each small business relies on a series of vendors and other things. And I think it's tough for them to understand whether or not their vendors are just as secure as we would expect them to be.
And Sean, what do you think about the challenges facing them?
Well, I think as much as we're talking today about small business, I think the biggest threat that really any business, and in particular small businesses, I think Norma alluded to this, is the big threat that they could be part of. These threats are absolutely increasing. So we're seeing statistics insofar as in 2020, the average breach costs about $3 million, nearly $4 million, about $3.8 million on average. Now it's well over $4 million on average. But the US, where we are, has an average of about $8.5 million per breach and $9 million for this year. So rising costs in these breaches, but I think is what we're also finding is that there's a stream or a cascade that happens oftentimes, and it often starts with a small business and or a vendor. So those things that you mentioned, Karen, whether it's the phishing emails, those types of things, we need to make sure that mitigation is first and foremost in terms of a small business when it comes to cyber. We'll talk a little bit more about cyber insurance, which is absolutely no longer a luxury. It's something that any business of any size should be talking about.
Well, $9 million for a breach is a lot of money. I don't know that too many small businesses have in the bank, cash on hand, $9 million, right, to be able to recover from any of these types of attacks. So Jaron, what are your thoughts? Because you probably see it from a totally different vantage point.
Absolutely. And kind of, alluding to what Norma said and as well as what Sean said, whenever it comes to these threats, phishing, business email compromise, those are kind of avenues to the goal itself, which in some cases is ransomware. But as Sean alluded to, it's all about the supply chain in today's day and age. And everybody has this mental image that the threat actors that we're playing against are, those disheveled kids in the hoodies in their parents' basement. And that's simply not the case. We're competing against other white collar professionals who understand the supply chain and understand business operations just as well as we do, if not better in some cases. And so they understand and they see small businesses, especially at the bottom of that supply chain, as an avenue to crawl and climb their way up to those Fortune 500s and those peers. And just like you alluded to, Karen, a lot of those companies don't have the financial bandwidth, or they don't have the resources to survive the litigation or something big that comes down the pipeline from above them.
Well, and you know, this is why I'm the managing director of the Cyber Readiness Institute, because it's focused on small and mid-sized businesses. And exactly what you're talking about is they're resource constrained, and they have to make hard decisions going forward. And sometimes if they don't really understand what the cyber threat is, the way that Norma was talking about it, because then I'm thinking, wow, I'm really too small, then maybe there's actions that they can take just as a regular business practice. And so that leads us into cyber insurance, because people, is it business insurance or is it cyber insurance? Because most small businesses automatically think, you know, I need to have business insurance. And they know to get business insurance, and people ask them in the supply chain, what is your business insurance policy? And you have to share it, because I'm a small business myself and I've had to share my policy with people. So I did another Chat GPT question as it related. No, I think it's fun when you get to do it. I did another one and I asked it, does cyber insurance help small businesses? And before I reveal the answer, I really would like the panelists to think about this question, and then think about it again from the aspect of what would be the core components if cyber insurance helps. Like, what should they think about would be the core components in insurance? What about entrepreneurs? Because we're talking about resources, and how should they prioritize? Do I buy cyber insurance given the core components that you talked about? I'm sure as you guys start talking about this, there's going to be a lot more questions I'm going to interject in here. But if we started out with what would be the four components, is it business insurance? Is it cyber insurance? Are they two separate things? Is it one thing together? Kind of demystify it a little bit for our audience. And so, Sean, we're going to start with you, since you are the Insurance Information Institute. I'm sure you have a good way to start this for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first part of your question is what can cyber insurance do? You know, the first question that needs to be asked is, do we have it? And because what you alluded to is a very important question, because as we've learned from the insurance industry, insurance relies on data over time to underwrite its policies. And cyber insurance is still a relatively new product that's offered, all things considered, for an industry that's been around for 300 years. But as we've gotten more data and better understand the risks, we've been able to underwrite it better as well. And where that underwriting has led is, for the most part, to a separate policy. Which means that this issue will oftentimes be excluded from a larger property or liability insurance policy. So the question that any small business needs to have is, do we have it? Because the answer is yes, we need it. We talked during the first question about where these things are starting, and they're starting small. It's a supply chain issue. So any small business does need to protect itself, because Karen, as you mentioned, $9 million is a lot of money. In fact, the average cost for an employee workforce, let's say between 80 and 100 employees, is about $5 million. So an average breach can cost you almost twice the amount of your entire workforce. So it is important to ask your insurance professional, do we have it? And what is it? Because you asked as well about the parameters of the coverage. There are really two parameters that you need coverage for. The first one would be what we call first party. That means those direct expenses, whether it's the ransomware payments, the notification to customers and employees, the legal fees, all of those direct financial needs that you will have. That first party coverage will get you relief when you have it. The second part of it is, and this may go to where you were talking about entrepreneurs, is the liability element too, or the third party coverage, right? So that helps a company defend itself against lawsuits that may be brought against customers and other parties due to a cyber event. All those type of litigation fees and fines. Fines could be coming from the government as well, because there's a reporting factor that falls into cyber breaches. So those are the two big parameters of coverage. But I think, again, the key takeaway is ask your insurance professional for the cyber insurance coverage, because it is not generally included in your traditional business insurance policy.
So, Jaron, I'm going to go to you because you are at an insurance company, and you're also protecting the insurance company as well. I think your insights here, given the good foundation that Sean has laid for us, would really help inform the discussion going forward for our audience as well.
Absolutely. So while Sean talked about, the structure of the policy and do we need it, as a risk engineer, a lot of my lane is making sure that the risks that we're taking in are the right risks, and we're making sure that those risks qualify for the various types of coverage. And part of that process is making sure that these organizations have those fundamental cybersecurity components met. One of the questions that the root of your question was, does cyber insurance help small businesses, and how can it assist those small businesses? And I think the answer to that is, we want these small businesses to be a good cyber risk. They want to be a good cyber risk as well. And so I think having the alignment of the goals and having, the expertise and the assurance of, these carriers to be able to help them grow and mature in that cybersecurity space, as well as kind of that financial safety net that insurance provides, is that biggest piece. And I think that extends also to our entrepreneurs, because from that entrepreneurial perspective, we know that it's getting the right information at the right times and taking that outside expertise and using it to launch whatever it is we're trying to succeed at. And again, I go back to having that expertise and the maturity of a lot of these carriers that they're able to provide to these small businesses and able to provide to these entrepreneurs to help them grow and become those good quality cyber risks. And as a consequence of that, becoming a good quality cyber risk is, beneficial to your operations as well.
So, Jaron, I have a follow-up question, which I think would be good for our audience as well. Does Zurich require anything specific, so that when you're going to issue a policy that say that you as the risk officer has to follow up with your clients, is there specific cyber hygiene, for lack of a better term, cyber hygiene? So like basic types of things like multi-factor authentication. Do they do self-attesting? Does your company give them a list that they have to go through that says, hey, check this list, we're going to take this data and do what Sean said. It's going to help then inform, what the underwriters about what the potential risk would be of insuring this particular business entity. So do you do it through like questionnaires? I mean, pull back the veil a little bit for some of our participants today.
Absolutely. So cyber, for the most part, is what we refer to as a brokered market. So typically they'll work through an insurance broker, and they'll fill out these various applications that go out to the carriers. And typically different carriers will require different levels of assessments. I know in our case, our underwriters, and then of course my department is risk engineering, we really dig into the answers of those controls on the applications, and we use that to kind of help frame our risk opinion. And you asked about the cyber hygiene. Obviously, cyber is a program that's a mile deep and a mile wide. From the Zurich lens, we're heavily rooted in the NIST cybersecurity framework. That's kind of our guiding document on how we assess the maturity of an organization. And we've kind of distilled the NIST cybersecurity framework down into what are those critical controls. And I think that those critical controls really aren't that far off from, say, the ones that the Cyber Readiness Institute has identified: multi-factor authentication, good email hygiene, phishing and training awareness. So we're really looking for the same things at small and medium businesses that we are at our Fortune 500 players in the market. And it all comes down to those, core fundamentals, that blocking and tackling.
And I think that that's great insight. So Norma, I know you work a lot, and as an attorney, you get to interpret a lot of these things as they go forward, because they're going to ask their attorney if like, I don't know how many small businesses the first thing they do is go out and get an attorney. I know I did, just to make sure that I had somebody, who could read all the documents for me so that I understood what I was checking off and attesting to. So with your experience and how you do this, especially in this area where I have to check a box in order to get insurance, and how, working with the client so that they understand what the impact of that checking of the box is and on their business practices and how it reflects on their business practices. If you could shed some light on that, that would be awesome as well.
Sure. One of the things I think that's important that sort of brings all this together is trying to, and I spent a lot of time on this, trying to match make in some ways between the small business or the insured in this case and the insurer and the broker as to what these things are really doing. I think a lot of times, first for small businesses, they're really not sure what cyber insurance means. Right? Cyber insurance, is not this sort of ubiquitous block that will cover you for everything. And I think over time, the goal is to make sure that companies understand maybe three things. First, what is it that you need to protect, right? Who are you as a company? Is it just purely data? Is it, your IT components? Are you a vendor to the US government, or are you actually a manufacturer of a product? Right, that's being used. So we like to say first, what is the crown jewel? What do you have to protect, right? And then as a company, you should understand generally what that risk is. The other piece too, when you're talking to your broker or your insurer, is they're going to want to understand the same thing. Now, when we talk about cyber insurance, when I had this conversation about 10 years ago with the insurers, the reinsurers, and actually the private sector, and I said, do you really, as the insurer, understand what your risk is? And I think over time, Sean mentioned this in that evolution. Certainly, Lloyd's of London about 6 years ago basically said there will be no more what we call silent cyber. So, for those who are listening, when Sean says that is a separate policy, that is why, right? You now must buy a standalone policy. So, if you thought it was in your business interruption or your continuity or catastrophic, again, back to maybe that physical side, if you're a manufacturer, that's not included anymore. The piece I think that is really important to understand too is there is data breach insurance. That is probably the number one thing that all small businesses should look at. It really helps to the pieces that Sean and the team have talked about because it helps you with legal support, forensics, right? Even maybe sometimes PR support. But again, understanding your policies, I think that's really important. The last thing I'm going to say, or maybe two last things, is you really have to read your policies, right? I'm sorry to say this. The font is probably in 3 and it probably is not quite in English. Sorry, colleagues, on this. And many cases, right, when you're talking about what policies are being offered, they ask for a lot of information about your company. In some respects, they may require you to report any breaches to the insurer first. So I think you have to evaluate, right? Risks, rewards, what does that insurance policy provide to you? What do you have to give up? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right, to be sharing information with your insurer, but you have to be aware of that. The other piece you have to look at too for risk is you have to look at your contracts, right? If you are a small business, and again, maybe you're a sub to a very large government prime, or you have contracts with big businesses, your contracts, even separate from insurance, give you liability because your whether it's the US government as a prime or whoever, it may require you or give you a huge liability if there's a cybersecurity risk, right? So one, read your contracts first, know what liability you have. Two, make sure you understand what your risk is. So when you're talking to the insurers and other things, you know what to ask for. And Karen, I have to just tell you this. I have been a regulatory expert since I was 5 and in the government, but I am not a lawyer. But, here's the great thing, and I've always enjoyed, is being that bridge, honestly, between lawyers who speak legalese, cybersecurity, and poor companies who really don't understand any of those things.
Well, that's amazing because I've known Norma for, I feel like forever, that we've worked on so many things together. And so now I've learned something new about you today. So I'm so excited about that. But you've introduced another type of insurance because we were very focused on saying, oh, we're going to talk about cyber insurance. And then you brought up data breach insurance. So I'm going to go around the horn here because, Sean, you started out initially by saying, you need to find out, do I have it in the first place? So now, as a small business, what I'm hearing from you guys is now I have to go and figure out, do I actually need 3 different policies or what kind? now it's gotten a little bit even more confusing because we're talking about a business policy, a cyber policy, a data breach policy. So again, I'm going to turn to the Institute of Information here, and maybe you could start and try to clarify some of this for our audience.
Absolutely. Well, it is. I don't want to confuse things. So what data breach falls into is what I mentioned earlier in terms of first party, right? If you are victim of a cyber attack as a company via data breach or a ransomware, that's where your first party insurance policy would kick in, right? That allows you to be covered for those ransomware payments, the cost of notifying employees and customers, the legal fees that are associated with it, the business interruption in case you have to close your business for a little while. So all of those breach related expenditures would be covered in what the technical term is a first party cyber insurance policy. So then there's the second one. So I only want to give us two. Let's not go to three and confuse. Would be on the third party, which you're actually needing to defend yourself against other third parties that were impacted by your breach, right? So that may be those customers. That could even be the government, potentially putting fees and fines at you as a result of those reporting restrictions, which can be up to 56 different reporting authorities because every state and jurisdiction has a different reporting structure. So that those fall into that third party bucket. So more simple here too, but data breach does fall into the general cyber insurance umbrella.
So if I go, so Jaron, help me a little bit more here because you're the one who brought up local brokers. So I live in Martinsburg, West Virginia. So if I went to my insurance guy who I went to high school with, he sells insurance over here. I'm no kidding. Over on the main drag. And I went in there and I said, hey, I'm starting up a new business and I want to make sure that I have the right insurance because a lot of the work I'm going to be doing is all, online. I'm going to open up a site on Etsy and I've, done all this stuff and everything is going to be done online. So when I go in and I talk to him, do I ask him, I want first party insurance and I want third party insurance to cover everything that I could potentially be doing selling on the internet? Is that how I would ask the local broker and what's he going to give me?
So I think that conversation definitely starts with, focusing on the business and the business operations itself. And then from there, that conversation is what's going to lead to the conversation about what coverages they would recommend for you. And the same thing whenever you get up to the risk engineering and the underwriting level of, your underwriters who are managing the policy are definitely going to take a look at it and say, okay, well, your underwriters who are managing the policy are going to take a deeper look at it and say, well, we think that this coverage fits, or we think that this coverage doesn't fit, and liaise through the broker to get the right size policy for each insured.
So Nora, as you deal with your clients, do you because now we have this middle layer here that we're talking about with the brokers. Have you found, and you don't have to throw anybody under the bus, but a lot of this is all new. That's why we're doing this session. And so do those brokers have enough understanding, or can they help a small business do exactly what Jaron is saying? If I just go in and say, hey, I've got the best thing in the world and people are buying it, and now I'm going to expand and open up a website, I'm going to do everything online. What do I need to do? Do you, in your experience, and as the world is evolving right now, especially in this area, is the local broker really going to be able to help me answer those questions, especially as it relates to the global risk that you brought up?
That's an excellent question. I'm going to say, like many, it's a people business, right? Many brokers really will understand that and be a good partner to you. In some cases, the brokers really won't understand as much about the nature of that global systemic risk, What they understand is the policies that they have that they can offer to a small business. Again, this really goes back to we need everybody, I hate to say it, keep saying, but they have to work together. So what we want for small businesses is to understand, again, their crown jewels, at least the basic questions that we've all talked about when they talk to their broker. What I want them to do, though, is to ask their broker questions, right? The broker learns just as much as they deal with this evolving threat in different businesses as do businesses themselves. So if a broker says, I have 3 policies and they cover everything in the world that you need, of course, we know that that's probably not the case. So let's focus on everybody having an iterative conversation together. And I think that that's important. I hope in instances where maybe you may be a small business, but maybe a little bit larger. If you do have a lawyer that you use, right, for your contracts or other things, at least check with them too, right? I'm not saying everyone needs to go out and hire a lawyer, but there are nuances really in the policies, and, a little bit of help is important. I think at the end of the day, if we can educate everyone together to understand the risks and the threats and what needs to be covered, there is no nirvana when we talk about cyber, but that's really in a business case where you're going to get the best takeaway. And I don't want small businesses to be afraid to ask their broker questions. It's okay to ask questions. And if the broker can't answer them, then ask the broker to go check and come back, right? Again, it's an iterative process.
Well,
And
Sean,
Karen,
I saw you get really excited. So I know you want to jump in here.
because it's this is what the III was established for.
Right.
So I think we're getting into a path that some take the broker, some insurers take the broker route, some insurers take the direct route. But III is actually there, and in fact, the agent and broker community we've discovered is one of the single largest audiences that comes to us for information. So if the audience here watching this webcast would like to go to iii.org, we've got a tremendous amount of tools and content made to educate you about cyber insurance. There's one that and they're very quick, and 1 or 2 pages. One about why cyber insurance is key to any robust business strategy. The other one is kind of the state of cyber, answers all of those questions that we're talking about here in terms of costs of breach and different things like that. We're meant to be an objective and trusted source. We've got about 5 to 7 million views on our website on any given year because we try to be objective. We don't sell insurance directly. We don't actually lobby as an organization either, so that we can be more objective to our target audiences. So definitely check us out. We're meant to be a good source. Again, your broker may be using us as a resource. We're actually supported by the broker community as well as the carrier community.
Well, and I think that that's great, because I think the more information, to your point, Norma, that we can put out there so that people can become good partners, because we're very focused on the supply chain. I know CRI is partnered with Sean's group because we're all about giving free resources to the small business community as well, so that the foundation is there. Because a lot of what we're talking about is, okay, as you start, you should think about some of these things as you start a new business. If you're an entrepreneur, the way to think about it is, yes, I need to have this type of thing. Not necessarily what I've heard from you guys so far is, oh, I'm so small, nobody's going to pay attention to me. And so I think what you're talking about is, as people continue to grow, we want these businesses to become big businesses. You want small businesses to become big businesses. And there's things that they have to think about as they continue to grow. And when they do that, I'm going to ask you again, Sean, this might be another way for you to plug the Institute. But if there are guides, like we have guides, is there guides there so that they can just take it off and be able to go into their attorney, right? Be able to go into their broker, and that to follow on what Norma is saying, to start that dialogue. Because if my broker doesn't know, then they're going to talk directly to Zurich and say, Jarrett, what are the key things I need to do here? So there was a lot in there. Who wants to jump in first? Because I think the big piece is we got to have that communications. And so, Jarrett, I saw where you kind of lit up, so we'll let you go first.
Absolutely. And we've talked a lot about that mutual education and that relationship between the insured and the insurer. And it's exactly what you alluded to. Whenever we're communicating with our insureds, whenever we're talking to new applicants for the insurance, they want to be a good risk. The broker wants them to be a good risk. We as the carrier want them to be a good risk. It's that mutually aligned goal that really helps us all push forward from there. And I think that the biggest portion of that is these readily available resources of those basic fundamentals, and then building from there and growing from there.
So Norma, I saw you light up too, so you go next.
One of the things, I seriously, I love this topic. I'm sorry, I get excited. Here's what we really want people to understand, right? It is that partnership. And when we think about insurance in general, Karen, to go back to where you started, if you're a small business, you automatically think, I'm going to open a business, I need business insurance. What we want people to do is think the exact same thing about cyber insurance, right? You wouldn't open a business without the regular insurance policies, even though you might have a risk once in a lifetime, right? And so your cyber risk could also be once in a lifetime, but that's where cyber insurance is the exact same construct, right? I think the difference here is most small businesses might not understand cyber as much as we've said, or a cyber policy. But if we can succeed in one thing, maybe in this panel today, is think about when you open your business insurance and cyber insurance should go together. We want you to think about it the same way and always make sure that you're asking, because you're going to need it.
Sean, do you have anything else that you want to add into this? Because I'm going to reveal the answer from ChatGPT here.
Well, I would say insurance, of course, is a first step, because really what we're talking about in any insurance is about being resilient, right? Every dollar that's spent on resilience, it's been calculated that $1 spent is 13 saved in recovery. So let's get to the resilient part of it as well, and mitigation, because as an industry, insurance is shifting from one that detects and repairs after catastrophe to predicting and preventing. And I think cyber is a great illustration of this predict and prevent element, because no one really benefits from that loss. From the customer side of it, if we're talking about data, I mean, this is a small business, and oftentimes they put everything that they have into that business. Is it fully recoverable is the question oftentimes, even if they have the insurance. So do you have a VPN as an industry? Are you taking ways to train your workforce? Those types of things, just making sure that you're bringing them on. And then we talked as well about lawyers, and we talked about reading things. Insurance is a contract. And as a small business, I would venture to say, if you have a lawyer, you're probably having them read every single contract. So give them your insurance policy. But if you don't have a lawyer and you still have that insurance contract, regardless of the font size, insurers are required by regulation to have what's called a declarations page. And that actually has a regulated font size, which means you got one page and you're supposed to understand things very quickly and clearly. So read your declarations page, understand what you have, and if you don't have cyber insurance, call your insurance professional to get it.
Okay, that was really good. So now I'm going to tell you what ChatGPT said, and you guys, I'm kind of like, ooh, you guys gave a lot. So it said, yes, cyber insurance can be valuable for small businesses in helping to mitigate the financial and legal consequences of a cyber attack or data breach. So you hit both parts. It says cyber insurance, also known as cyber liability insurance or data breach insurance. And see, now I think this is where you guys were smarter than ChatGPT, because it says it could be and. It says provides coverage for various expenses and liabilities associated with cyber incidences. Here's how cyber insurance can benefit small businesses. And it actually listed out 8 things. You guys hit on a majority of them. There's a couple of them that I haven't really seen some of this, which is, and I'm sure that you've hit it, but they categorized it as reputation management. And so what they have is, it says some policies include coverage for public relations and crisis management services to help manage the small business and their reputation after the aftermath of a cyber incident. So Sean, since you're the honest broker on all of this, that's the new one that I saw in here, because everything else you guys talked about, it was notification of identity theft, business interruption, which is the resiliency piece, ransomware, they called it cyber extortion, forensic capabilities, legal assistance, financial protection. But this one was was new, which is reputational management. So I did learn something new here. So so as the Institute, is that a commonplace feature that you see?
I think it really goes along with what the assessment of the business is and what the potential risk exposure is, because it is absolutely a part of it. In fact, when I started in this industry on the carrier side, it might have been with a carrier that we know very well here in this webinar. But part of my job, having a public relations, public affairs background, was to help the customer with a way to choose whether it was another third party, meaning a public relations firm, that could help them in reputational challenges. So absolutely the reputational challenges, but it requires the risk assessment, and it requires probably somebody like Jaron, the risk engineer, and his colleagues to determine if that should be part of the policy overall. So it's not necessarily given, but it is something that the industry can factor in. Insurance can factor in just about anything depending on what the risk is, and absolutely reputation is one of them.
So Jaron, do you want to give us some insight into this particular feature that the AI engine highlighted for us?
So I think that the reputational piece ties back really well into that forensic investigation. Because let's propose somebody gets in a car accident and we have to engage insurance for that. There's no detailed breakdown of what thought process failed to cause the accident or what mechanical component failed to get into that accident. Whereas with cyber, there is that analysis that covers the full thing. We find the exact breakdown of what exactly failed. And I think everybody on the call, everybody on the audience has received one of those letters at some point in their life of, uh-oh, we had a cybersecurity incident. Here's what we've corrected, and here's what we're doing to protect your data moving forward. And I think having that good quality forensic investigation and that good quality incident response, either if that's the small and medium business themselves that's providing that, or if it's coming from an actual incident response or forensics retainer or company providing that services. As a shameless plug, Zurich recently acquired a company by the name of SpearTip. And we've been great partners with them, and part of that is them doing the deep dive analysis to discover what went wrong, what controls need to be corrected. That way, as part of that reputation, our public affairs professionals and our crisis communications professionals can then take those remediation actions and say, hey, we know we had an incident, but here's what we've done to correct it. We fixed it. It won't happen again.
Okay, I'm not going to tell you about the folder I maintain with the letters that I get from vendors. Which I do, because I just got another one the other day. But Norma, your insight on this question too would be good. And what I want to tee up for everybody else is really start thinking about your key takeaway. So Norma, I won't go to you first for the key takeaway because you're going to wrap up on this question. You'll be last on the key takeaway.
Sure.
So what about your insights on this reputational risk management piece?
I think it's critical, right? I think it's just so critical whether you're big, medium, or small, but particularly if you're small. The issue at the end of the day is having qualified help and support when you're trying to you have to communicate to your customers, right? Or to whoever you hold contracts to. And that messaging really needs to be smartly organized. And small businesses are probably very good at thinking about how they market their company, but a cyber attack is really different. I have always liked this component of cyber insurance. I think it's really helpful to companies. And it is something as a small business, if you're talking to a broker and looking at policies, you do want to see if you can get that support. The other thing too, it's not just that messaging to individuals. This also goes back, it overlaps a little bit. Sean mentioned the 56 different state data breach laws, and not to get too gobbledygooky, sometimes you have to notify state regulators as well. And so again, having that professional, public affairs, public relations support is more than just what people think about. It's really substantive and it's really important to the bottom line.
Well, I appreciate that insight. And there's been so much information that you guys have shared today with the audience. And in these last few minutes of our panel, what I really want you to do is think about a key takeaway. So for example, I'm going to give you one key takeaway that I usually try to share, which is when I talk about all of this, I try to tell people the easier you make it for yourself in using technology. So if you just you keep things on, however you do it, the easier you make it for yourself, the easier you make it for anybody who wants to get into your assets. Because then that way, I know sometimes it's a little hard to put multi-factor authentication. I know sometimes it's a little hard to change your password on multiple systems, not necessarily have the same password everywhere. That is hard. But if you make it easy and you have one password that's key across all your assets and one asset gets compromised, yeah, then it's easy for anybody to get into the rest of the things that you own. And Norma, you've been highlighting it. Know what is important to you so that you can protect it. So Jaren, I'm going to go to you first, and then Sean, and then we'll wrap up with Norma on what is the one key takeaway you want our audience to have today.
I think the big key takeaway for me is to, again, understand that the goals are aligned between you as a small business and your smaller cybersecurity practitioners, the brokers, and the carriers. We all want to succeed. We all want to be, good, mature cyber risks. And I think that part of that is what Norma alluded to, that qualified help and support, and what Sean alluded to, the resilience component of whenever we're investing money into our cybersecurity maturity, and especially whenever you're, shopping around for those policies, and sometimes may look at it and say, well, this might be a, waste of money. And I encourage everyone to really think about, what do you get from what you're spending on cyber insurance? And I think a lot of times you get that, trusted thought leadership and the expertise from, your risk engineers at your carrier that can really help you decipher the world around you and become a really good cybersecurity practitioner.
Sean?
I think really to summarize it from our perspective and what we've talked about here is cyber insurance is not a luxury. It's a necessity. And as a small business, you need it. Insurance is a critical tool to help you transfer risk. It allows you to invest in other things so that you don't have to save a lot of money on the backside to pay for anything that might happen. Well, I think we've talked today that a cyber incident will likely happen, and you probably have a larger folder than Karen even does on terms of the amount of incidents. So make sure you understand that you have cyber insurance. And if you want to know more about it, there's a great resource, iii.org.
Norma?
Excellent. You know what? I'm going to say this. I want small businesses to be practical in understanding what their risk is. And that means they have to understand what percentage is cyber versus normal risk. And then as they think about their insurance policies, make sure that you understand how much that insurance policy will cover for you. What we want is for everyone to actually understand they need cyber insurance. But the key here is that cyber insurance is not going to cover 100% of your risk. Ultimately, what we're saying is that cyber insurance is part, right? It's part of a plan that you need to have, and you need to have a broader cyber risk management plan as well. So don't go in thinking that cyber insurance is going to fix every problem that you have, but don't pretend that you don't need it, right? So again, it's back to that, let's be practical, focus on what you need, and make sure you have at least some cybersecurity internal plan, because ultimately we all want people to be more resilient. And if we can all be more resilient, as we like to say in the cyber community, let's make it harder for the cyber bad guy to do what they want to do.
Well, I want to thank you guys today for all the insights that you shared in the information. And I want to thank the SBA for hosting a panel on cyber insurance so that we could talk about this, and all the attendees who are watching us, because I know a lot of people have a lot of questions, and you gratefully, I'm so excited that you answered them for them today. So thank you so much for everything that you did.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, SBA.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you staying on board the SBA Cyber Summit. Again, I'm Jack Bianco from the Small Business Administration. One popular topic that's popped up throughout the SBA Cyber Summit over the last couple of weeks, and we definitely wanted to address, was the issue of cybersecurity certifications. So to that extent, we want to invite one of my dear friends and colleagues, Brian from the SANS Institute. Welcome, Brian. We're going to play along what I call 10 questions with Brian, if you're game for that. I'll give you an easy one to start, Brian, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about your role and your background.
Yeah, sure. So I'm the Director of Business Development for GIAC, which is a part of the SANS Institute. So GIAC, kind of think of it, we have about 45 certifications over here. So I actually work on, so a lot of my work today is about on the workforce. I also deal with things like the regulations and what's going on in the world and the mandates and things along those lines. A little bit of my background. I used to be the Director of Business Development for all of SANS. As SANS has grown, you know, it's kind of impossible for one person to take on that role. I also headed up for North America for ISC2, which is known for the CISSP. And just like anybody in this industry, none of us came from cybersecurity because, you know, cybersecurity is still relatively new. So I actually originally came from the trade show industry. So I used to work on the Consumer Electronics Show. I used to work on a show called FOSSI that's about 20 plus years ago. I used to do some military shows and things along those lines. And at that time, people kept talking about this big new industry called cybersecurity that someday, 20 years from now, is going to be huge. And so here I am.
Oh, great. Sounds like we picked the right person to talk to us today about cybersecurity during our summit. So let me mention for our audience, feel free to, post in the chat. Brian and I are going to have a conversation. The team will reply. And I know, Brian, you and I are probably going to get into some acronyms. So we're going to make sure at times that in the chat, the team is providing web links or explanations of some of these organizations. And Brian, you've got a big background in this, so feel free to share which ones you think are appropriate. But to kick off our 10 questions, Brian, can you briefly explain the importance of cyber security certifications in the current digital landscape, especially for small business owners?
Yeah, definitely. So sometimes I think there's a little bit of confusion when it comes to certifications. In other words, what certifications really do is it's no different than it's a skills validation. So something that you would see. So think of it as almost like a doctor or a lawyer. So you always want to know that you go to a doctor with a medical license. Doesn't mean that they're the best doctor in the world. Doesn't mean they're the worst doctor in the world. What it does is it's a skills validation. So in some ways, I try to compare it a little bit with a CPA, for example, in the accounting world. It's something that people very much desire. Now, in our industry, you know, what's interesting is a cybersecurity professional. That's something that's maybe true from 20 years ago, but this industry, as it's grown, is becoming very specialized. So think of it back to a doctor, where you're an econologist, you're a pediatrician, you're something. So in the world of cybersecurity, you could be, for example, like a forensics analyst or a pen tester or security architect or a CISO, for example. But often those roles have different specialties and different things that you're tested on. And so, you know, the marketplace has a whole bunch of certifications, but I look at it as kind of like a skills validation for your clients. It could be your shareholders. It could be for audit purposes. It could be for a lot of reasons.
Excellent. I like that comparison. I've been doing some health checkups, and I've lost track of some of the doctors or specialists that I've interacted with. All very professional, all very qualified, but I'm not exactly sure of all the specialties. So I think that's a great way to sort of start us off. I think all of us might have a little bit experience there, so that's a good way to translate a little bit. And this next question that we've provided for you, I think, digs a little bit into that. We had a question earlier in the week that I'm going to present to you, which is there are various cyber security certifications like CISSP, CEH, and CompTIA Security Plus. I hope I got those correct. But can you clarify some of the differences between those certifications that I just mentioned and which professionals in each certification area they map against or they're best suited for?
Yeah, so they're all really good certifications. They all have a little bit of a different purpose to them. So maybe the best way I can explain it is, So for example, CompTIA with the Security Plus is a very much a entry. It is kind of considered a premier now that's not our certification, but it's a consider very premier certification for entry into cybersecurity. While a CISSP kind of look at it as like a 360 view of cybersecurity, but it requires you to have 5 years or plus of work experience. So say, for example, I'm a pen tester and I want to understand how I kind of fit into the ecosystem. That's where a CISSP would really make sense. Now, a CEH is a certified ethical hacker, so that's a little bit more specialized. So a lot of times, for example, when people get our GX certifications, they often have a Security Plus or a CISSP. Our certifications are kind of built now on you're going for a specific work role. So I've decided I'm going to go this direction. I want to go into what's considered industrial control systems. So think of it as in some ways as like utilities, which has a specialized area that's a little bit different than everything else. Or I want to go into forensics. I want to go into cyber defense. There's a whole bunch of different directions you want to go. That's where the kind of the GX certifications fit in. Now, sometimes what I do recommend, there's a really good site. It's put together by an individual, and they do a lot of sharing of information of people from the industry. It's called pauljeremy.com. Is a good source where you can kind of see where all the certifications kind of fit in. They also include like the AWSs and the Googles and all the other certifications, the vendor certifications that are out there in the marketplace, but it can kind of let you know of, hey, where should I go? What should I do? But, I think the reality is all of those are really good certifications. Am I new? Am I established? Do I need something broad? Do I need something specific? Those are the type of questions you want to ask yourself of which certification really makes the most sense for you. Did that kind of offer a good explanation? Or
Yes, I'm starting to get it, so to speak. So we'll add the link that you just mentioned. And also as a follow-up, Brian, on the SANS Institute website, is there a glossary of some of these certifications, or is the website you mentioned earlier sort of a good place for a glossary, especially if I'm a small business owner and I'm trying to assess either empowering my staff or if I'm going to find somebody that I can again run through or look over these different categories?
Yeah, so I do recommend that you would check out the Paul Jeremy site. Of course,
Okay.
you would want to go to giac.org if you wanted to pull up our certifications, and it will give you a roadmap of like start here, go here, this is where you want to go. Another really good site to go to is so all the certification bodies. So when you mentioned Security Plus, you mentioned CISSP, we're actually all part of a consortium together. And so we actually have links of, and we even have mapping, for example, to what's called a NICE framework. So in simple terms, the NICE framework is the US government has come in and defined these work roles with the idea that they're standardizing, something that they've done in other industries. So they're bringing that over to cybersecurity. So all the certification bodies have come in and said, when I grow up, I want to become a forensics analyst, and who maps to that? And so what I can do is I can provide you that link to what's called a C3, which is all the certification bodies together. So
Excellent.
yeah,
Excellent.
that'll provide you all the information and kind of links and things along those lines.
Okay, we'll add that to the chat, and we're going to provide everybody a resource directory at the end of the summit. So look forward to that. Now, you mentioned something in your earlier response about levels, entry level. So I've got a question here. Can you walk us through how the certifications differ typically in terms of levels, such as entry level, you mentioned before, intermediate, and advanced, and what should especially small business owners consider when determining the appropriate level for their needs, whether it's a staffer or again, they're assessing a contractor or some cyber outfit? Should they be also paying attention to whether somebody's, entry level, intermediate, and advanced? How again, should they interpret some of these levels?
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely comes into play. I mean, I think every organization, every need is a little bit different. So I wouldn't stand there and say, hey, you need to have the advanced pen tester that's out there, right? Like I remember there was a small organization that called me, it was a country club, and they had a hack. And I had to tell them, look, I can introduce you to the top people in the industry, but that's who like a JP Morgan Chase would use. But here's like a second tier or third tier. And what I think sometimes people don't realize is there's so many resources out there that are free, but not only on top of that, like say something really bad happens to you, you know, reach out to, like, for example, the FBI has, I think it's what, 53 offices of cyber division that are there to actually help businesses out. And, you know, especially for small businesses that may not have those type of resources. That's something that our own government has provided that's out there for the community. So, you know, I would say to a small business, like it's hard to say, hey, it is true these different certifications have an entry, an intermediate, or advanced level. And that's where some of the stuff comes in. Like when you said a security plus, that's an entry level premier certification. Great certification. If you're looking for, you know, we had a really bad ransomware, that's not going to help you in that particular situation, right? Somebody, you know, maybe they have work experience on it, but that certification background is not necessarily going to help you on that. That person's going to understand the basics of ransomware, but they're not going to be able to go in there and do some hardcore stuff. So I think you have to do a little bit of research of what you're looking at and also realizing what those certification backgrounds are. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, definitely. And I know our partners at the small business development centers have a lot of professionals who have the varying levels of certification, and they're readily available along with FBI and their InfraGard
Yeah,
volunteers out there that
absolutely.
folks can sort of walk into if you just want to learn a little bit more and or you know there's a breach. Either directly or indirectly. We all part of supply chains. So you might be notified that a critical part of your supply chain has been breached too. So again, these resources you can go tap into and sit down with. Now you partially answered this next one, Brian, which was I was going to ask or state obviously that small business owners have budget constraints typically.
Sure.
So besides what you just mentioned, are there other cost-effective cyber security certifications or programs that you'd recommend for small business owners as they continue to sort of think about these issues without them breaking the bank? And this is a tough question, Brian, I've been posed before too. What are the typical costs? Now, costs vary per geography and per situation, but again, what recommendations do you have? And, you know, given your space, are there typical ballpark costs to sort of get into this cyberspace? If I were a dry cleaner or a deli owner, and I'm starting to think about what percentage of my budget I need to allocate towards this. Is that a fair question?
It is a fair question. I mean, in some ways, you know, I think that sometimes you have to be a little bit careful, just like anything. And what I mean by being careful is you don't need a Rolls Royce when you could get by with, you know, just a more simpler car, right? Like you have to look at, you know, if you're a dry cleaner and something along those lines, like you have to, you know, you have to realize that you're not going to need to have what a JP Morgan Chase or a Microsoft is going to need, right? And so you're going to have to weigh that all in together. And so, you know, I think the reality is there is a lot of free resources that are already out there. You know, even with all the certification bodies, like, hey, if you choose not to get a certification with us, that's okay. Like, we have a ton of free resources, and they do talk anything from very entry level. We have free cyber ranges to very, very technical. Like, we even maintain over here what's called the Internet Storm Center. It's a free service. So when you get your patch on Tuesday from Microsoft, Microsoft has a full-time staff that's maintained by people that maintain some of the largest networks. And what they're doing is they're reporting. So the idea is that when something bad happens, they report it, and so that the whole world will know what it is. So there's patches and things that are happening to get that fixed as quickly as possible. Even for small business owners, that's available for them for free, right? To know what's out there and things along those lines. But, you know, there's great resources all over the place, from anything from CISA, right? Has a ton of free resources and, throughout the government, but the other fellow certification bodies, the CompTIAs and the IC2s and all that, we all have a ton of free resources. Now, when it comes to cost of certification, I mean, I will confess there is a cost, right? Just like you would if you had to get any particular in another industry. So think of us as no different than any other industry. Are the costs, horrible? Not really, but there is a cost associated with it. So typically you'll see a cost of a certification hovering, I've seen them as cheap as like $200 to maybe like $1,000 on the high end, right? Sometimes actually the more the cost of it's not so much the cost of the certification, it's the training that goes around with it, right? And based on the certifications, you can see anything from books to, like, SANS is often known as being very high end. So we hire the top practitioners in the marketplace. Well, as you can imagine, those come at a little bit more of a higher cost, right? But once again, we do anywhere from 5 to 10 webinars per week. We have free summits that are going on all the time. Like, we have a summit just going on next week that I'm actually a part of, called a compliance summit. So it's what you need to know with the SEC ruling that's been going on, or what if you do work with the U.S. Department of Defense, they have a new workforce cybersecurity mandate. And so what do you need to know to be compliant with that, right? So SANS is always, and even things of like when COVID first hit, what resources does a small business need to have to work from home? Those resources still exist, or what awareness things do I need to know? Even simple things of like, how do I make sure my password is protected? There's tons and tons and tons of free resources. I don't know. I know I probably went around a couple different
Yeah,
directions on that question, but did that kind of help out a little bit?
definitely. On one of your mentions of getting some certifications, whether you're accessing initial sort of free resources, but then also making the investment in certifications. Is it a safe assumption too? It's something kind of a recurring cost because you want either your team, your staff to get recertified, upgraded, or moving to the next level. So it's not a one-time thing. Is that a safe assumption that as a business owner, I should start factoring that in my costs of doing business?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is, like, if I'm a local dry cleaner or I'm a truck company, cybersecurity certifications are preparing people to do cybersecurity roles, right? Now, they may need to bring them in as consultants or something along those lines, but they don't need to have those people necessarily on their staffs, right? If
Yeah.
you don't necessarily need a full-time cybersecurity person. So you do want to look at it that way, but you do want to understand when think of it as no different of, hey, in the accounting world, there's times I need to hire a CPA. There's other times I just need to hire an accountant. Understanding what a CPA brings to the table is the same thing in our industry, is understanding what those different certifications are and how it ties into your mission, right? I think makes a big, big difference when it comes of, hey, does the certification matter? Does it not? Now, if you're a small business and your specialty is cybersecurity, then absolutely, right? It can make a difference of, certification. I can use it as, like, I can think of like a top organization. I know it's not a small business, but they use certifications as a means to open doors. So when they need to say, look I have a staff of people that are legit, right? That they can walk in a door. It's a validation that allows them to be able to do that. And one thing that's interesting is our industry is also creating certifications now, which I almost call the Top Gun philosophy. So not the Maverick themselves, but the school. In other words, they were built to be the top tier, right? But it gives you, people love that because they know, oh, wow, I hired this person who has, blah, blah, blah certification that's considered a top tier, and that's what I'm looking for. But, I would say the average everyday, you know, I would say dry cleaners, truck companies, in some ways, they also want to make sure that the products that they're utilizing are also, in some ways, that's almost more important, right? And, there's these days, there's a lot of things in the box that will keep those organizations protected, right? Or they have, options where they can call somebody, right? Like if I'm using a credit card terminal, that stuff should come in a box, right? And that stuff, and there's always people that it can reach out to. So in some ways, I almost would say, hey, those credit card terminals, making sure the company that you hire, like in some ways, that's really important to keep track of. Does that kind of help a little bit, or?
It does, Brian. And next question, sort of playing off of that. So, and many times our SCORE, women's business centers, or small business development centers will sit down and make sure people are, focusing on their core competency, building a team when they need to. But like you said, outsourcing at times or contracting on certain issues, the right tool for the right time and the right situation. So definitely appreciate that. Now, when a small business owner does consider that he or she or they need to bring in somebody on a short-term basis or a consultant, literally, is this a web search and I'm looking for an icon? Or what am I looking at when I run across a cyber consultant? Right? Am I looking for a seal of approval? Is there some validation, or am I just looking for the words cybersecurity expert? Because I can tell you, Brian, earlier in the SBA Cyber Summit, people are clearly learning, both through try and error. But when they say, hey, if I'm going to make that investment, how do I know this person has met that standard? Is it, again, an icon on their LinkedIn page, a seal of approval on their web page? How do they have some confidence that the professional they're engaging with has met this standard or the various standards that you've talked about?
Yeah. And I think that's something you have to be very careful on. So the good and bad news of this industry is it's grown very fast, but it's also considered a very hot industry. So because it's considered a very hot industry, there's people that are out there, not to scare your audience, who claim they're cybersecurity professionals who really aren't. What are the type of things you should be looking for to know that you're getting your money's worth? And that's I'll confess it's a little bit of a complicated questions, but certifications, once again, I think is important from the standpoint, and I know I'm a little biased, but think of it as no different than a skills validation, right? And so if I know I need to hire a CPA, if I know I need to hire a forensics analyst, you want to know that you have somebody with a certification that has a skills validation. Work experience, I think, very, very much matters. Knowing who they've worked with, who their other clients are, can they provide you some references? These are things that should be relatively easy, that they should be able to provide you that in a heartbeat. And you should, and I get it. There's some legwork with, following up with a reference or two, but I don't think you should look at someone's bio alone and say, gosh, that person's the perfect person to hire, right? Like, I do recommend you do a little bit of research. That doesn't mean you have to spend days on it, but you want to kind of know what you're getting yourself into. And these days people play up that, I mean, I can think of a perfect example. Maybe this is a bad one, but there was a guy going around saying he was from NSA and he was a top expert in this and that, and everything else. Well, as you probably know, as a government worker, well, the first thing you're doing is you're not going on national TV saying I'm an NSA person, right? And I'm blasting that out to everybody in their public to know, right? But the guy had none of those credentials and yet was being interviewed by some top news media saying things. And the only reason is, like, somebody like me would hear some of those terms and go, gosh, I can't imagine an NSA person ever saying that. Like, that's not really how it works in our industry. But also, in turn, there's certain things they can or cannot say, right? And so, just like I imagine you can't just, blatantly say certain things left and right. And so I do think you have to be a little bit careful.
Got it. Well, like many areas we mentioned about accounting, healthcare, and other issues, validating, checking with resources or referrals. recommendations like you mentioned, if a small business is a member of a chamber or a trade association, right, an opportunity to ask some other folks in their industry if they've utilized somebody or what's been their experience with some of these professionals.
Well, and I think referrals is very important. It's almost like if you go to a doctor, right? I always recommend that you research a little bit about the doctor before you just show up, right? But even a referral from one of your friends or your family members, I think really makes a big difference. This industry is no different in that respect, right? Like always, there's always a little bit of, hey, buyer beware and do your research.
Got it. Got it. I just got you for a couple more questions here. So, an earlier session, the previous week, we talked a lot about artificial intelligence, which
Yes.
reminds me that cybersecurity threats and technologies are evolving ever so rapidly. So, and how does SAN certifications sort of keep pace with these type of changes, and how can a small business owner ensure that their cybersecurity staff and or contractors are staying up to date?
Yeah, so this industry is a very fast moving industry. I mean, give you an idea, by practice, all of our certifications and trainings are actually updated at least once a year. And oftentimes they could be updated multiple times a year. And so one thing that I always highly recommend is you want to know. So if you talk to some of our top practitioners, they would say, if I were to teach for a full 6 month, or if I was to take a 6 month sabbatical, it would take me a year to get back into the industry because this industry is so quickly evolving. So that's something as a small business, when you're hiring somebody, you want to make sure that that's something that they are keeping themselves current. But when it comes to certifications, I do strongly believe that you always want to keep those certifications, should always be kept up with the latest knowledge. And there's things that we do that even once somebody becomes certified, to make sure that they're always still staying current. Because if you don't, within a year to 2 years, and it matters what you're doing, right? Am I doing something very technical? Am I doing something that's a little bit more managerial? But I mean, I can even tell you just this year alone of how many changes have happened in this industry. And, even things like a CISO, what a CISO needs to know about risk assessment, and what are some of the new mandates that have come out there. That didn't even exist a year ago, right? And so this industry is a very, very fast moving industry, and you have to realize that, right? And so you want to make sure when you're hiring people, they're keeping up with that also at the same time.
Great point. Want to, ask you, referenced a couple examples, maybe due to your experience organizationally or personally, but any other examples for our audience and how small businesses may have benefited from having certified cybersecurity professionals or teams in place? Any stories that sort of jump out at you again that you want to share with our audience?
Yeah, I mean, I think of, some of the big ones that are out there, or especially if they're cybersecurity firms, right? And they needed the certifications when they're trying to go against the big companies, and they needed to validate why, that their staff had the skills. But, there's what they may find is, yeah, while the big business has the name behind them, they will have, what they consider the staff of somebody's looking for, right? And so, I mean, I can think of a specific somebody I worked with who their big client was the CIA. Well, as you can imagine with the CIA, they want the best, right? And that's who they hire. So they needed those certifications to validate the staff that they're submitting their proposals in. So when that goes off to them, what makes them different versus the other organizations, right? Because in that case, it's not so much of technically acceptable lowest cost bid, right? They really want to know that when they're hiring somebody, they're hiring the best, right? And so a lot of our instructors actually have their own little small businesses. And they've done that. They've decided to go on their own. They've built up their names and things along those lines. And it's interesting. Like, I can tell you, I've seen some of these companies go from nothing to hundreds of millions of dollars. I guess I can't consider them small businesses anymore, just because. And so sometimes I think the secret is you find your niche. and you stick with that niche, right? Like the goal, I think the goal is, and I think this is true of a lot of small businesses, find what you're really good at, stick with that, and right, and try to become one of the best, if not the best, at what you do. And I can tell you, a lot of the very successful small businesses in our industry, that's what they did. They found their niche. Like I can think of Rob M. Lee, who created Dracos, which you can research. You know, I remember Rob telling me his vision, and what Dracos does is protection of utilities, a very specific, you know, what's considered industrial control system, very specific industry, a specific niche within cybersecurity. But you know, what they did was we're going to become the best at what we do. And so sometimes I can think about that with binary defense with Dave Kennedy or some of these other folks that are out there. And so, you know, if you're looking to create your own cybersecurity firm, like become the best at what you do, right? And find that niche, because there's a lot of niches out here in this industry, and there's a lot of oceans to boil, if that makes sense.
Definitely, Brian. Yeah, you're repeating some things that were shared. We had a session with venture capitalists that are assessing cyber firms. It's a big industry, as you mentioned too. And when saying how they assess cyber firms for investment, and they're looking for growth and return on investment, they were reinforcing, you know, the focus on where they're trying to fit in this growing marketplace, but all about the people, right, which drives both towards running a small business, certifications and capabilities. But Brian, sort of wrap us up here. I'm going to ask you for any sort of final or additional advice that you'd give to small business owners that may still be unsure about investing in cybersecurity certifications, how they might make an informed decision about the value of the certifications and what they bring to their organization.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when it comes to cybersecurity certifications, I know I've said it a couple times, skills validation, right, is how you should look at it. Do I think the everyday mom and pop needs a cybersecurity certification? Absolutely not, right? Those are made more for the security firms that are out there. But you want to, you know, even if you hire a series of consultants or just a consultant, like do your research beforehand, you know, check up on their references. They should be able to provide all of that stuff for you, right? And I would say, hey, you know, it's funny because in our industry, we've become really hot for people to invest in, right? Investors are very quick to invest in our industry. You know, what are the differences of the ones that are going to succeed and the ones that are not? I think a lot of times when they have a very clear vision and they've decided that they're going to go for a specific niche, like I can always think of, you know, like I know somebody who's extremely successful, and the niche is the forensics on mobile phones. But as you can imagine, just think of how many mobile phones are out there in the world right now, right? Like that may seem very specific, but just think of how much is out there, right? And become the best that you are in that industry. Trust me, you're going to have more work than you ever wanted to, you know, than you ever can imagine, you know, before you turn around. Like, I think that's where, because, you know, sometimes I think these venture capitalists, they're so excited. They hear cybersecurity. And, you know, the big question is, well, what are you going to do? Not just cybersecurity, but how, like, what's your niche? Like, what's your product? What's your service? Like, what? And that's where I think certification helps elevate at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Brian, we covered a lot of ground, right? We talked about from the individual professional seeking certification, jobs, opportunity in this industry, the small business owner, whether he or she's building their internal capacity or going to partner or contract their way through it. And then cyber firms, you know, themselves, again, a growing industry. So I appreciate you. I think I exceeded the 10 questions that I promised you, but I appreciate your flexibility. I know we've had active chat here during the session. We're going to provide additional information. Brian, the SANS website, again, I see it on your jacket, sans.org, right?
Yep, sans.org.
Awesome.
I'm not even sure. I guess it is on the mic jacket.
Yeah, and you all have some conferences coming up. You have a regular steady stream of them. If folks are missed them or you guys archive on your website, I know a lot of the sessions, so go check those things out.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Brian. We appreciate everybody dialing in for the SBA Cyber Summit. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Thanks again for joining the SBA Cyber Summit. We've had a great series so far, and I'm really excited about the next session that we're going to hold. So far, we've talked a lot about what small businesses should consider when defending their business, their community, or helping us collectively defend the country on cyber attacks. We wanted to gather some leading minds to talk about venture capital, investment, acquisition, those type of topics for existing cyber firms. So we collected some dear friends, some who have spoke at SBA events, others that we've heard of in the ecosystems that help startups. And we thought that we would ask them some questions today for those firms that are currently in cybersecurity and are looking to grow, maybe do additional partnerships, interact with economic development agencies, or otherwise sort of succeed. So with no further ado, let me do a quick introduction of 4 guys I really respect in terms of what they're doing to help startup firms. Many have started up companies and are now investing or playing additional roles. I'm going to ask each to do a self-introduction. So let me kick off with my dear friend, Kelly. Kelly, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and we'll go through the rest of the panel.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us, Jack. Excited to be here for SBA's Cyber Summit. My name's Kelly Perdue. I'm a co-founding GP at Moonshots Capital, and we invest in extraordinary leadership. We've got about 200 million in AUM, and we're looking for early stage startups with fantastic leadership that are going to build companies to change the world.
Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for joining us. Bob, how about yourself?
Hey, Jack, thanks. Likewise, thanks for including me today. So Bob Ackerman, a serial entrepreneur out of Silicon Valley, but for the last 25 years have been in venture capital, founder of Allegis Cyber, which is a dedicated cyber venture firm. We've been doing cyber for about 23 years now, and also the co-founder of Data Tribe out here in Maryland, where we start cybersecurity companies, typically with teams out of the National Security Agency.
All right, glad to have you. Blake, all yours.
Sure thing. Blake Hall, co-founder and CEO of ID.me, Army veteran, go Army, and started this company on my rugby buddy's couch 13 years ago. And today we're a shared authentication service for 15 federal agencies, 37 state agencies, 600 plus private brands, have 115 million Americans that use the service, which is pretty crazy, and we're worth a few $1 billion. Became a unicorn in 2020. Happy to share any lessons learned along the way to pay it forward. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Blake. And definitely, last but not least, my friend Randall Pickett. Randall, we're gonna go off mute from. There we go. Sorry, I had you on mute there, Randall. Go ahead, buddy.
Nope, it's all good, Jack. And super excited to be a part of this SBA Cyber Summit 2023. So thank you for the invitation. Randall Pinkett, I'm one of 4 co-founders, chairman and CEO of BCT Partners. We're a mission-centered organization. Our mission is centered on transforming lives, accelerating equity, and creating lasting change. We leverage technology, data, AI, machine learning, to generate insights for our clients to achieve the equity that they're seeking. We're a federal contractor since 2004, and very proud that we just received an SBA contract for the regional cluster initiative. And we've launched a New Jersey cybersecurity regional cluster that we're leading. And so this topic is not only near and dear to our heart, but very timely as we're delving deeper into cybersecurity.
Awesome. Glad to have you. And congratulations, Randall. We're really excited about partnering with your organization to help those firms. And let me give a quick plug. I realized we got Veterans Entrepreneurship Week coming up. So thank you for everybody that served. Obviously, a couple of our colleagues here. And go for all our veteran entrepreneurs. Check out sba.gov for additional sessions related to that promotion. But gentlemen, let me get us started. Obviously, folks are saying you guys have varied backgrounds, a lot of lessons that are well earned over time, and a lot of partnerships. I know a lot of you all sort of by default work with a lot of people that provide advice, advocacy, and partnerships along your journey. So really excited about this. Let me kick off with one of the obvious ones when people want to seek advice in terms of what they might consider with their cyber firm. But what type of specific factors do you consider when evaluating cybersecurity startups for investment? Are there any particular niches within the cybersecurity industry that you find most promising for startups? Kelly, can I get your immediate sort of response to what type of startups, how you evaluate them?
Absolutely. So our thesis is investing in extraordinary leadership. So we want to see, as part of the founding team, not only that they're going after something that they could, build a moat around that would give them something differentiated in the marketplace, but that the team has exhibited in some form, either in the space or prior to approaching the space, some type of extraordinary leadership, whether that's military service previously, overcoming significant challenges, you name it. But that team has to be something special. We'll see, 5,000 deals for Fund 2, and we invested in 16 of those. It's a very small percentage, so you really have to stand out to make it happen.
Got it. Thank you. Bob, how about yourself? How do you all evaluate, or are you looking at specific sub-markets in the cyber firm? How do you
I think Kelly and I are probably going to start at the same place, which is people. Because fundamental, I like big markets, I like disruptive technology, but the difference between winning and losing turns out to be leadership. So for us, we look for what I call domain mastery. And so, are you the smartest guys or gals in the business with respect to what you're trying to do? And then we tend to look for what we describe as over the horizon opportunities, entirely new market sectors which are emerging. As an early stage investor, we'll look for things that a market's really going to come into its own 4 or 5 years out. So we spent a lot of time looking at the cyber market from an offensive perspective, understanding that offense is where the innovation truly takes place, and trying to anticipate what the defensive requirements are likely to be as a result of where offense is going. And, so if you look at companies, there's a company in our portfolio called Dragos, for example, in industrial control system security. When we funded Dragos, that market did not exist, but we anticipated, because of offensive activity, there would be a major demand to secure critical infrastructure. So those are the things that we look for. We take our cues very frequently from what's going on in the offensive world.
Got it. Kelly and Bob, I forgot to ask, are these sort of these perspectives, or how you look at it sort of as an investor, sort of posted on the website? Or are you guys often communicating about these, whether you start with people or the expertise or the experience you're expecting? Is this something that your firms are posting on the website, you're doing outreach, you're talking with people actively, or do I need to track you guys down and sit down with you at a coffee shop to find this out?
We're pretty aggressive in marketing what we're looking for, and our biggest advocates are the 220 entrepreneurs that we've previously funded and worked with. So they not only know how we operate and what we look for, but they're also probably the best, hottest lead into us, because when they see something, they're on the cutting edge, they're out there in the environments. When they see something, that goes right to the front of our queue for evaluation.
Yeah, I think, Jack, on our side, we've been doing cyber for coming up on 25 years now. So we're kind of a known commodity in the cyberspace. The communities we work within are small communities. Everybody knows everybody. One thing about us is we are not terribly reactive to deal flow. We're very proactive. I have a mantra of, basically we're looking for where the puck is going to be, not where it is.
And so, based on that targeting list, we're always looking for expertise within those areas that we think are going to be the next over the horizon opportunity. So, I think this all gets articulated one way or another, probably on the websites. But again, I think both for Kelly and myself, we're very proactive in terms of reaching out into the community for the teams and the expertise that we're looking for.
Oh, got it. Got it. Thank you, gentlemen. So I want to ask also about economic development agencies, right? They take different shapes and forms and sizes depending on where they're coming from. Many would consider SBA an economic development agency, depending on what we're doing out there. But they, in total, sort of play a crucial role, especially in supporting emerging industries. Could you talk a little bit about how they might assist cybersecurity startups in terms of accessing resources, infrastructure, and talent development based on your experience, exposure? I'm not sure if you guys are advisors or board members, again, to these type of entities. But Blake, do you want to kick us off talking about, how economic development agencies play a role in supporting cyber startups from your experience?
Absolutely. So when I was transitioning, out of the military and then did 2 years at business school and was figuring out how to finance the company, was looking at SBA programs, VA programs, and ultimately found an intersection between a NIST grant program and the thesis of my business, which was essentially, let's make login and data consumer centric and let people take their own data with them across websites so they don't have to remember passwords. And NIST happened to have this program called the National Strategy for Trusted Identities in Cyberspace. You could submit a grant application, and ultimately we were awarded 2 grants over $5 million starting in 2013. Those $5 million proved pivotal. I don't think without that funding we wouldn't be a unicorn today. And so I just encourage all the entrepreneurs out there, for us, the NIST program was a great fit. For others, it could be SBA programs, it could be VA programs, but it really is worth the time to kind of scan the market and see if there is a really nice intersection with what your business is trying to do. Because for us, it literally made all the difference on the way up.
Right, great. Randall, now I know you've interacted with us at the federal level, but then some state and regional organizations. As you mentioned, you're going to partner with us on some regional innovation in your surrounding areas. What type of things both have you experienced? And if I were a client, in your upcoming work, would I get access to? How would you make that magic happen?
Well, piggybacking off Blake's comments, I think there are a plethora of opportunities from economic development agencies, and entrepreneurs. We're so busy, and we're often so focused on the immediate needs of the company, the growth, the clients, the hustle, that it can require some discipline to investigate and to call it a landscape analysis of what economic development agencies might have to offer. But I can say from experience, there's a lot there. From training and technical assistance to helping identify procurement opportunities, to brokering, to both equity and to debt, providing direct government financing by way of SBA loans and the like. And if I were to take it up a level, I mean, the Small Business Innovation Research Grants, Small Business Technology Transfer Research Grants, SBIR, STTR, which is called America's Seed Capital. And I love that moniker. I don't know who wrote it, Jack, but I think it's great. America's Seed Capital, because it's basically giving you dollars to invest in commercializing technology for your business. And Blake's story is a great example of how those kinds of seed funds can really translate into growth. But again, it requires the discipline to do that research. And I'll say one more caveat. If you are in the startup world, nowadays things can move really, really quickly, and it might not require a whole lot of paperwork nowadays to close equity deals. It might take a little more paperwork when you're trying to go after a government grant or a loan or the like. So be prepared. I sat on the board of the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, NJEDA, under Governor Corzine. So I was on the other side and saw all the bureaucracy that sometimes is involved. But if it's the right fit, I believe that the juice is worth the squeeze.
I appreciate it. Appreciate, the exposure with the SBA program. So folks that want to learn more, we've got sessions both during the Cyber Summit, but other outreach activities. The SBIR team, as you can meet them in person during roadshows, but also SBIR.gov, right? One of the federal government's efforts to centralize a lot of these award notifications, future spending predictions, and a little bit of a more welcome approach to what the federal government provides with some of these startup resources. So I appreciate that. I don't want to get too far ahead, but I do want to ask, because cybersecurity is an ever-evolving field. I want to ask you guys how cybersecurity firms might ensure that they stay ahead of this curve, and what advice you might have to offer to small business startups in the industry. I know already with the sessions that we've aired, between the complexities of cybersecurity, obviously artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and other buzz terms that are out of my league, but I know you guys are dealing with this stuff. How do cyber firms sort of deal with this ever-evolving space? I'll open it up to all you guys, and who wants to kick us off with any advice?
Jack, I'll jump into the pool first. I'm going to show my biases. Cyber moves very, very quickly. That the half-life in cyber is much shorter than it is in almost any other area of technology. And so for me, I have a bias towards working with entrepreneurs that basically have built their careers in cybersecurity. I think it's very, very difficult to learn fast enough in order to remain competitive in this space. I think the second observation I would have is so much of what happens in the venture herd will tend to throw a lot of money at cybersecurity, because wherever the momentum is, that's where you'll find the venture herd. I think the problem that leads to is too many Me Too undifferentiated companies basically tackling the same problem set. And so my counsel to entrepreneurs is to understand where the puck is going to be. They used to ask Gretzky what made him so good in playing hockey. And he always said, look, hockey players skate to where the puck is. I skate to where the puck is going to be. I think in cyber, that's really good advice, to be able to look forward and understand where the puck will be and focus on building those solutions, those defenses to the next generation of problems. If you're trying to tackle the market where it is today, you inevitably will be a day late, a dollar short, and the market will pass you by.
I'd say recruiting team members who've come from the front lines in government agencies that are fighting the good fight, and or from, there's always the kind of black hat element to it, right? Whether it's, monitoring dark web, hiring hackers for your side. It's, kids' gloves are off in this environment. And if you think about it, the hackers, the people who are coming to steal your stuff to gain access, their business model is to take all of your stuff. So they're going to go to use all the new technologies that we are all excited about for hacking, extending your life in medicine and doing everything. They're thinking about, how am I going to apply this to get into your bank account? How am I going to get this to get to all of your proprietary data? And they have massive amount of money behind them. And if you don't, as Bob said, try to figure out where they're going next, you're probably going to get caught flat-footed. Now, there's a lot of different things that you can do, but really having access to the people who've been in the trenches fighting it, and see what, as they roll out of maybe government positions and are looking for things on the commercial sector, I think it's an important part for a cyber firm, for them to be successful.
The only thing I would quickly add is a book that I found enormously helpful to me to thinking about where the puck is going, to use Bob's quotable a moment ago, was a Blue Ocean Strategy. And, the book is a way of thinking about strategy into uncontested spaces, rather than competing in the red ocean, which is bloody, coming off of a metaphor of strategy, where everyone's competing on the same bases, time to market, cost, quality, et cetera. The book argues there's uncontested spaces where you can define the market. And the example they gave in the book that I love is Cirque du Soleil. Like, before Cirque du Soleil, the model was circuses, which all competed on having the best animals and the best acts and high capital costs and traveling around the country. But then Cirque du Soleil came in. If you ask the question, what is Cirque du Soleil? What's your answer? The answer is Cirque du Soleil. Like there's no competition for what they do. They defined a new space. They said, folks adults want a more high scale experience. So let's give them that. And in doing so, they define their own market. So I'd recommend Blue Ocean Strategy for those that are listening and watching as a helpful tool to think about where the puck is going.
Got it. Very useful. So I asked Kelly and Bob a little bit earlier about things that they're looking at from their lenses, primarily as investors. But Blake and Randall, let me ask you the next one. If I ask sort of what key attributes or strategies have you found to be successful in attracting investment at whatever stage, right? Early or whether follow-up rounds and that stuff. And in addition to those attributes and strategies, were there specific milestones or achievements that your firm was looking to make, whether it's developing the relationships, getting a response? How can you walk me through a little bit of that in the entrepreneurial space? Positive responses. Again, I'm sure everybody loves a phone call back from a Kelly or Bob saying we're going to make an investment, but pre-phone call, pre-notification, what does that look like in the entrepreneurial space when you're trying to put your best foot forward, deliver these cutting edge technologies or attract investment?
Well, I'll go first here, Jack. And I've really enjoyed just listening to Bob and Kelly and Randall talk because there's so much wisdom in what they were talking about. I think fundamentally, the difference between a startup and an early stage company versus a company that's scaling is the early stage startup is really a collection of science experiments that may or may not be valid. They're searching to validate that a problem exists. And, when you're first walking into a room talking to an investor, it's that domain mastery, which really is about credibility. Can you see how the intersection of technology disruption, regulatory disruption, consumer tastes and preferences are shifting so that you can imagine a new future? What Randall was talking about with Cirque du Soleil, like people are, more conscious of animal rights, and you have those tastes and preferences changing, and there's now an opportunity to have a new business model that intersects. So fundamentally in that first phase, you have to be very explicit about defining the problem that you're solving and what your assumptions are that would validate that your business could solve that problem in a way where people would pay you money. Once folks are paying money, cash is truth, then you've validated that the problem exists. You've sort of found oil, if you will. But the skills for phase two are really quite different because you have to create a brand that is consistent. You have to figure out how big is this market? How much does it cost me to acquire customers? How much are those customers worth after I acquire them? Do those economics work, the unit economics? And then can I scale it and figure out brand and all these other things? So whereas in a startup world, you're kind of more ADD, going from project to project, wearing a ton of different hats. What Randall was talking about, man, I'm so in the weeds, but I got to keep my eye on the horizon. I got to keep it up. Then you really have to fire yourself from all these tasks. If you're the CEO, where you go from generalist to specialist to a manager of managers, to a manager of managers, which is kind of where I'm at right now. Along the way, you have to find investors that align with what your vision is for the company in terms of cap table. So I was very fortunate to meet Kelly early on, and some of the things from my military experience, Army, Ranger qualified, had led a recon unit with NSA assets that gave me kind of weird knowledge into how signal intelligence and some systems worked. That gave me credibility with Kelly in a way that he understood. He also mentored me on some of the skills that I needed to succeed as an entrepreneur. When you get bigger, and you're scaling, you're raising $100 million rounds, which we're at now. The decision to raise from a crossover fund who invests in both public and private markets gives you more independence with your board versus private equity, where they're going to want a lot more control, versus growth equity, which is kind of somewhere in the middle. They'll give you capital, but they want that board seat. Those decisions really, really have a profound impact on your ability to operate the business, on control, on dynamics around the table. And so along the way, as a first-time founder and CEO, I found it extraordinarily important to have mentors who are skilled at those different phases of the company. At this point, I have weird knowledge on identity and authentication, and can go into those conversations with folks like Bob and say, hey, your thesis on the market, here's how I see how it's going to play out. And that intersection is really great when you have the macro analysis, and then there are threads that a really great entrepreneur can pull that says, hey, have you considered how these things are going to hit each other? That creates a really great rapport between investor and CEO and the management team. But really, like, having mentors who have experienced each one of those stages, that you can kind of understand eyes wide open what you're getting into if you go left versus right, is really, really critical. And the government has a lot of programs that are more formal around that too, around like protege mentor programs and things like that. But I'd really encourage entrepreneurs to read Steve Blank's 4 Steps to the Epiphany, because it really lays out the scientific method for how to validate that the problem you're solving is real, and then how do you scale a company.
Got it. Well, yeah, well, appreciate the mention of that book. You guys have mentioned some good reading tasks for our audience members. Randall, that reminds me, you're an accomplished author. I think you often write about how to position folks to be appealing to markets, partnerships. What advice do you have to make people most appealing to investors?
This panel's done a great job, I think, of making the answer self-evident from their narratives earlier. I mean, if I take Bob and Kelly's comments earlier, flip it on its head, I got to be very, very thoughtful about the team that I'm assembling. And as a point of context, I started my firm with 3 college classmates. When we started in business, we were 21 and 20. Now we're 52 and 51. So you cyber experts can do the math. That's 31 years that we've been together. And I'm proud to say we're not just still together. We still get along after 31 years, which speaks volumes to the power of a team. But my point is this: I think the perception of entrepreneurial success is often the individual. We focus on the Bill Gates, we focus on the Steve Jobs, we focus on the Oprah Winfrey. But I'm sure Blake and Kelly and Bob will all attest, it is not the operating metaphor. It is the team. Steve Jobs had Steve Wozniak. Bill Gates had Paul Allen. Oprah Winfrey had Jeff Jacobs. And Randall Pinkett had Dallas Grundy, Lawrence Hibbert, and Jeffrey Robinson. So I think being attentive to that team, both it being a good fit in terms of head and heart and the skill sets needed. I think to Blake's points, making sure that there is proper alignment between your go-to-market strategy, your vision for, kind of the equity table, and the funding and funders. You want smart capital. It's got to be a good fit. It's like going to college. It's not the best school. It's the best fit. And then third, I think, is making eminently clear. I think Blake painted a wonderful picture of making sure you're aligning kind of market and need and delivery. There's also a similar conversation you have to have about aligning the sources and uses of capital to demonstrate to your investors what's going to be the use of the capital in order to achieve the growth that you're articulating and espousing, like being very, very clear about that. I think if you can do that, the team, the fit, and that ecosystem alignment between sources and uses of capital to demonstrate how you'll get to the growth, I think you've got something to work with.
Got it. Thank you. Well, you guys had me thinking about a couple of my experiences on pitch competitions, sitting, behind the table and that stuff. We do a lot of these in the DC market, but market startup weekends, you name it, across the nation. And I know probably Kelly and Bob especially, a term that I always know is going to be sort of presented by a judge, but I suspect by a venture capitalist too, is the need for a go-to-market strategy, right? Something you guys are always, what's the go-to-market strategy? So what do you talk about? What do you expect for cybersecurity startups in developing an effective go-to-market strategy? What advice, or if I'm pitching you guys, what do you expect? What's a good answer coming back from me if you ask me what is my go-to-market strategy in the cyberspace?
Kelly, you want to take
You
it
got it,
first?
Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
No, well, look, it's, nothing is achieved until something is sold, right? And so it's great to have a big market. It's great to have disruptive technology, but the selling process is where the rubber hits the road, really, which is where that go-to-market question comes from. And when you get into cyber, it can become pretty nuanced. If you look at selling directly to an enterprise, yeah, maybe that works, Fortune 200 plus or minus, have the expertise to buy technology, to integrate the technology, and to manage the technology. Once you start getting down to the SMB market, depending on how you define that, channels are going to be a lot more important. You're probably going to be delivering your technology through a solution provider, whether that's a managed service provider or a managed security service provider. And so thinking through, what is your product? Who is the customer? But then what is the channel by which your product and service is delivered to the customer, and how are those economics going to work is fundamental. Again, it doesn't take away the importance of the market or the technology, but until it's delivered to a customer for consideration, nothing matters. And so that is a question that comes up all the time with security companies in particular. And one of the challenges that I have with security companies is that founders of security companies tend to be very technically strong. Their business expertise is not nearly as strong in many cases. If you look at the people that we work with coming out of national intelligence, there's no reason to assume they would have that experience or knowledge. So, it's an identified area where they need help and they need guidance. And so we're going to probe and poke those areas to understand what are the limits of their knowledge, what are the limits of their experience, because that tells us where do we need to get involved, where can we be helpful, where can we help reduce the risk associated with delivering a solution to the market.
For every one of the 100, for every one of the 115 companies that we've invested in over the years, we required a pro forma plan. It was very detailed and understanding exactly, P&L. At the beginning, it's all L, right? It's all loss at the start, but at least there are assumptions around all of those things and how they are going to go to market. And I would say it sounds a little bit like what Bob's saying, but the process of developing that plan is as important as the answer to your question of what's the right answer, because none of them knew the exact right answer when they built that plan. But that plan, just like we do in the military with an operations order, allows everybody to move the same direction. And then based on what you find along that path, you'll be able to adjust fire from that plan. And each of the different types of businesses evolves, and there are different models that are successful. But again, as Blake said, also there are the a whole bunch of experiments to try to figure out how to get there. And I can tell you that none of our 115 so far have been what you read in TechCrunch. Oh my God, $1 billion company overnight. Blake's story about when we met was I got a phone call in 2010, late 2010. And I think it's 2023-ish right now. So the path is long. The journey is hard, but incredibly rewarding. And from our standpoint, it's really knowing and understanding that founding team can articulate the vision and tie the plan to it with assumptions that we think make sense. And then, as Bob said, we can help bring in experts, so we can find the right experts, and we'll have more data from the market to adjust it as we go along.
I want to chime in here too, because I think if you want to talk to somebody who screwed up go-to-market, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who screwed it up more than me over the years, so just know that's where I'm coming in from. I think when you look at the great CEO entrepreneurs who scale, and you think about Bezos, what he talks about the most is he talks about customers. Really focused go-to-market grounds and aligns the entire organization against the focus needs of a defined set of customers that you're trying to serve. And if you start there, As an entrepreneur, as an operator, it's very hard to go wrong. Because if you have a very clear idea of, I solve this problem for this particular segment of customers, and these are the folks who use my product, and I understand them in weird levels of detail, that's what then feeds back into your marketing, into your sales, into your product, into your engineering resources. If you don't know that, you will be a shotgun. And if you are shotgun with resources when you are small, you will probably die. You need to be a sniper rifle because you're competing at times multi-billion-dollar companies. That's who we compete against. The only advantage you have as a little company, as a small company, is to be focused and to be a speedboat and to be more agile. And that requires deep and intimate understanding of customers. Everything else backwards plans from that, right? So if you talk to a sales leader and you're in a sales-led go-to-market where you need enterprise and not just sales-led, but enterprise versus SMB, and you need face-to-face sellers, if you hire a head of sales who's got experience with channel and small and medium-sized businesses, they will have no idea what to do when you're talking about relationship-based selling, seven-figure sales, really understanding the buying unit, being able to deliver the message to different personas in different ways. But the only way you even get there is if you have that really, really clear understanding of the specific customer segment that you're trying to serve and what needs to be true throughout the organization to align it. And so I've learned the hard way. So maybe I can help somebody out as far as what does go-to-market mean? It means like really staying focused on a specific set of customers where you have an unfair right to serve them in a differentiated way.
Got it. So great advice, great experiences along the way. We're going to do some rapid fire questions, just because I know I've got a limited amount of time with you gentlemen as you get back to your work and travels. So let me ask a couple sort of quick items. One is a big topic that's come up in our online chats for previous Cyber Summit sessions is how does a small business owner prioritize cyber investments? And whether it's a cyber firm or non-cyber firm, right? I expect you guys as business leaders and or investors are seeing people putting tons of money or not enough money in there. What quick feedback do you have as people are trying to wrestle with the limited resources they have? Do they need to go all in with cyber investments? Any quick responses on that?
Look, I'm gonna direct most businesses to a service provider, either a managed service provider or a managed security service provider. Unless you're a very large organization operating at scale, you probably are not going to have the resources be able to attract the human capital necessary to roll your own. It's just too complex. It moves too quickly. So that idea of using a security service provider, kind of a communal defense, is where I direct most people.
Got it.
Second that.
All right, I'm seeing nodding heads. Let me pivot quickly. What do you guys do in terms of talking to your colleagues or other folks that have been breached, right? We know these breaches. So I'm talking about, operational management and that stuff that have been breached, whether they anticipated they had cyber insurance or they talked to other folks through that. What advice do you have for folks that, again, maybe a food truck operator, a manufacturer, or a cyber firm, but all of us, are bearing the risk there? What quick advice do you have? Where to that first place to turn, or whether to take a deep breath?
Call Mandiant. I think maybe first one you're breached. I say, the most common type of breach these days is breach credentials. If you Verizon puts out a great enterprise report, if you want to know what's going on in the market, you can kind of see the different attack types. But everything is about compartmentalization, segmentation. It's not if, it's when. And really, the important work is done before you're breached to make sure that if they do get through, you've got a defense in depth approach. Whether that's somebody misconfiguring something where something's out in the clear where it shouldn't be in the clear, or vice versa, or it's bad guys coming in. Really thoughtful defense in depth and architecture can really help you out, because when you are breached, you're just in a really tough spot. I mean, you probably just have to, if it's really very bad, you might have to burn down the whole environment, rebuild.
And the realization is that no target is too small these days. With automated attacks, everybody's exposed.
And I'd say don't just develop a technical response, but develop a communications response for your team and your clients, as well as a strategic response on how you can shore up your protection moving forward.
Got it. And a little plug for another session. We're holding some scenario or tabletops during the SBA Cyber Summit. So folks that are not technical experts are going through an exercise of what that Monday morning looks like when you all walk in with the donuts and the management discussion. And the CFO lets you know there's a little irregularity in the bank account and how people react to that. We've got some PhDs and some other technical experts that are going to say, hey, here's, that was an interesting initial response, but here's what could have been done in a perfect world. We don't live in a perfect world, so we're trying to just educate people through these opportunities. Labor, as everybody sort of fights for talent. What advice does this group have for folks that are ramping up a cyber firm, in terms of getting talent to be attracted on board? Where does one find that talent or other considerations as you try to create that rock star team?
Yeah, Jack, and my apologies. I got a hard stop, but this has been a great conversation. I'm thankful to you, to Blake, to Bob, and to Kelly. It's good to see you all, and let's continue to highlight these very important issues at a very important time. Thank you.
Will do. Thanks for joining us, Randall.
Good, Randall.
Great. Bob, Kelly, or Blake on the talent side?
Look,
what advice do you
I'd
have?
say, we obviously pull a lot of people out of national intelligence. The government spends a massive amount of money training people and developing skills that are very, very well honed. And I think it's a phenomenal place for recruiting. We have an orientation on either deep data science folks or former offensive folks that can apply their knowledge to defense. But I think it's, I used to think of the NSA as a giant HR department. And sometimes they feel like they're an HR department for industry. There's a reason why Morgan Stanley moved half of its cyber team to Baltimore, and it wasn't for the Bayside views. It was to be able to recruit from the NSA. And so there's and that's really expanded in government now with Cyber Command. The various branches of the service are developing cyber capabilities. So I think there's an opportunity to recruit those folks as they're rotating out. They're trained, they're disciplined, they've got a logical thought process. They're not as used to an entrepreneurial environment, but the right ones pick that up real quick and actually feel enabled by an entrepreneurial environment. So that's where we recruit from.
I think that the ability to recruit is number one. It's got to be the vision of the company, so it's the highest level of leadership. And then, as Bob just said, they're typically more technical. So the leadership of the technical team has to be kind of superhero. So your CTO and or VP of engineering, if you have a really good vision at the top, and then a leader in that role, in the head of engineering and or CTO piece, it makes it 10 times easier, and you're only going to pay 150% of market for the best instead of 200% of market. It's expensive to build those teams.
Like, you co-sign on all that advice?
Yeah, and I'd say success begets success. Your first hires that you make are absolutely critical. If you hire A players who are exceptionally skilled, and honestly, no matter what the company is, it's not the logo that matters. It's somebody's boss who determines what their experience is going to be at that company culturally. And in the military, I've had wonderful bosses where I was thrilled to come to work, and I had terrible bosses where I was like, oh my gosh, I'm just counting, the time and the days going by. And I think the more that you hire great people, both at the individual contributor level and at the management level, it becomes a lot easier to hire more great people, because when they come in and interview, they go, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And so, generally speaking, if you have a great mission and a great culture, it makes the talent piece a lot easier.
Yeah, and Blake's really talked to a point about the importance of culture. And culture is an unfair competitive advantage, and great, strong cultures attract great, strong people.
Yep, that's right.
Excellent. So before I ask you guys for any sort of parting advice for cyber startups looking to grow, seek capital, let me ask you a final sort of quick question. With the sort of increasingly interconnected world and, for example, supply chains and matters like that are very critical to us, Do you have any observations or advice, or is this common that you guys are working across borders or seeing firms that are working across borders? Would you adjust any advice, or is there anything unique that you tell them in dealing with sort of the, I won't say borderless, but interconnected world that these firms might be dealing with, both from a defense, offense, and client base?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just two quick observations. First of all, the old adage that the chain is only as strong as the weakest link applies to cyber. The adversary wakes up every day looking for your vulnerability. Look at your enterprise, but look at your entire supply chain as well, and identify where the weakness is, and they'll go after the weakness. And they'll work their way through trusted relationships to achieve whatever their objective is. So third-party risk is an area that, it's one thing to secure your enterprise, but you got to have a secure third-party set of relationships as well. I think the other thing to always keep in mind that, the cyber threat landscape is empowered and driven by the fact that the global economy is digitizing. Well, in parallel with that global digitization, the entire spectrum of bad human behavior is also digitizing, and that is the cyber threat landscape. So when we look at a lot of what we deal with from a cyber threat perspective, it feels new, but most of it actually has ancient roots in bad human behavior. And so I just never forget that piece of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think entrepreneurs get excited about finding a solution, like to a supply chain problem. They found a new supplier. But if you're going to grow and you're going to get big, you're going to have customers who are going to require that fully audited trail of what you're doing. So in the, a lot of what we talk about here with cyber is, an ounce of prevention, pound of cure. Like if you do the work on the front end to really audit and understand your supply chain, it's going to save you a massive amount of pain. And you're going to have to do it eventually if you're servicing any large customers, because it's a requirement now.
Yeah, I think just like two things. One is you want to lay out your supply chain and just look at your vulnerabilities where you can lose at each step, whether that's technical attacks, insiders, social engineering, et cetera. Once you've done that, you have to remember security fundamentally is a profit equation, which is, what's the benefit of a successful attack and what's the cost? And bad guys are generally going to go after the biggest prizes where, they're essentially cartels, cyber cartels that are looking to extract funds from businesses. Once you got that overlay, then you can think about how trends in the market like generative AI, which we are seeing an explosion in social engineering attacks, but also in terms of more sophisticated technical attacks, is back to Bob's point that the actual root tactics aren't too different. I'm going to try to scam you, or I'm going to try to have this, technical attack. It's just the tool is a little bit more advanced to perpetrate that attack. And once you can see the field and you can understand where you're most vulnerable and where the prize is the biggest, that helps you allocate resources to those areas of greatest vulnerability. Unfortunately, in the government, where you have at the state level a lot of agencies running on 1980s technology, we have a massive turnaround on our hands just for America in order to get our infrastructure where it needs to be in terms of standing up to some of these more modern attacks.
Got it. We've great sessions with CISA and other sort of collaborators on those points as well. But gentlemen, appreciate the time. So if I just completed a coffee with any one of you, and you guys had just given me this advice to help shape my thinking as I start with my cyber firm or my existing one, and I'm seeking capital. As we're getting ready to part, what advice would you give me to keep my spirits high or to keep me focused? Kelly, what parting advice would you give me, or really our audience?
I'd say thematically through all of our conversations, it's pretty clear that people are the most important thing. So spending the right amount of time on the front end to build your team to be A+ players is going to make you the winner, or get you to a point where you can succeed. If you drop the ball on that, you're going to have a lot of problems.
Great point, Bob.
No, I'm right there with Kelly. Look, an A team with a B idea will outperform, a a B team with A idea all day long. So, a lot of times there's a sense of urgency in a startup. I understand that. Get the people part right. The people part is the unfair competitive advantage that will sustain you through the ups and downs long term.
Yep. And 3 things: be crystal clear about the problem that you're trying to solve first, for customers or users. Second, every founding team needs 4 skills. They need sales and marketing for go-to-market, operations. You need the technical skills and product and design. A lot of founding teams make the mistake that you'll see founders walk in, they have the exact same skill type. That usually leads to pretty messy divorces. So you want to have a well-balanced team while also making sure they're exceptional. That's why, Kelly, how many folks apply to you again, and how many do you fund?
A little over 5,000 for Fund 2, and we funded 16.
Okay, so very few teams get that right. They're both balanced and exceptional, and they've got a clear idea of the problem that they're going to solve. And then the third one is the one thing you never have enough of at any stage is time. So when you go into a meeting with somebody, be crystal clear about what you want from that meeting. There are so many entrepreneurs that I meet that'll give a pitch, and it's like they're excited about the company. I'm excited too, and then the meeting just ends, and it's like, so what? Like, do you want capital? If so, what are the terms? Like, do you want introductions? How can I help you? And many times, like, founders haven't taken the time to, beyond presenting their business, think about what they want and need from the person they're talking to. That's the work that you need to do for every meeting to make sure you're not wasting folks' time. And I think if you do those 3 things right, you can be one of the select few companies that get the chance to sign up for this crazy Ironman, where most companies fail anyway. That's why.
Well, and just, to amplify, Blake, on what you just said and Kelly's numbers, right? Look, venture capitalists have all got ADD, right? Because they're looking at a massive number of opportunities trying to find, the 16 out of 5,000 that Kelly referenced. So you have to manage that process. Don't leave it in their hands, because they're getting hit with, a dozen new ideas every day, trying to decide which one percolates up to the top. And then tomorrow the process starts all over again. So you've got to be very concise, you have to be very focused, and you have to be very disciplined, and you have to manage the process.
Well, gentlemen, thank you all, and Randall also, who had to step out, for joining us for the SBA Cyber Summit. Again, happy National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, guys. You're all doing fabulous things. Really proud to feature you all today. I look forward to seeing you in person. It's been too long, and again, thanks for all your knowledge sharing and all the tips you provided our audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks for hosting, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Bye-bye.
Well, everyone, it's a wrap. The 2nd annual SBA Cyber Summit has come to a close, but without further ado, I have a very, very special thank you, and it's to the team who put this together. Now, we have a few of our team members here with us, and under the radar, we also have our producer, Alicia Coleman, and of course, our Deputy Associate Administrator, Yvette Collazo Reyes. I can't imagine a more terrific team than the one assembled here. And not only are they great colleagues, but I would invite them to dinner. That's how I feel about them. And they go the extra mile. You know what they say about the extra mile. Go the extra mile because there's no traffic there. At the end of the day, we want you to feel more secure about cyber crimes. Cyber criminals, they don't quit, but neither do we. So once again, thank you for your precious time, your amazing engagement, and we look forward to seeing you next year. And now I have the honor of introducing the lead of this project, Jack Bianco.
Hey, thanks, Mark, and a big hello to our Cyber Summit attendees. It's been inspiring to see our small business customers, the tech visionaries, and our policy administrators gathered throughout the summit. Your dedication to your craft and your presence at this conference are deeply appreciated. We couldn't have done this amazing event without each and every one of you. Thank you for being part of our journey, for sharing your insights, and for the passionate discussions that took place. I encourage you all to stay connected, continue collaborating, and keep pushing the boundaries of technology. Together, we can achieve remarkable things.
Hey, Jack, I do think we should take a moment right now to give a big round of applause or an emoji to the presenters, the keynote speakers, and the workshop leaders. I mean, they've given their passion, they've shared insights, They've been very wise in sharing with us all the things that we need to know to be cyber ready. So on behalf of our organizing committee, I do want to take this moment right now to just show them some appreciation and deep gratitude.
And Preston, I'll jump in here. As we wrap up this summit, I want to emphasize for all of us that this isn't the end. It's just the beginning of all the new collaborations, innovations, and friendships we've formed here today and over the past couple weeks. Together, we've supported a growing network of like-minded individuals who can drive change and truly make a positive impact in the cybersecurity space. So for everyone, just keep in mind that the ideas and inspiration you've gathered here can spark incredible things in your work and in your lives. Remember that you're not alone in your journey and that all the connections you've made here and over the past 3 weeks can be a valuable resource. Mark, any other final thoughts from you?
Absolutely. And thank you, Scott, Preston, Jack, once again, Alicia and Yvette, the team at the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, and all our colleagues at the SBA. And thank you to our administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, and our deputy administrator, Dilawar Syed. Just thank you. Thank you for entrusting us with this Cyber Summit. It was truly, truly a success. And the way we can mark that is your engagement. I say it all the time, it's the highest honor imaginable, serving U.S. small business owners. We've certainly got a lot of work to do, but we've got the right team assembled, the right energy, and amazing colleagues across the SBA footprint and across the country. So we are officially done now, but like Scott said, Jack and Preston alluded to this as well, the journey continues. And thank you for entrusting us with supporting you. Have a wonderful day.